Round two. Round two. Let's go. God damn it. Onto the video. Hello everyone, welcome in to episode 56 of Pariahs. Oh, fucking Windows updates, honestly. I did it last night, I knew there was something needed to check. I apologise for the ears currently in view. Keep an eye to... No, I don't know. I got out of that business for a reason. Alright. Alright, Yaski. Good shit. Oh, I've got to edit the fucking camera stuff now as well because I had to restart everything. God damn it. God damn. Hold. There we go. Alright. It's not great, but it'll have to do. What is going on with my lighting now? Yaski, what's going on, dude? Why is it all booked? Why have you ruined all my things, cat? There we go. Fuck it. Fuck it. We're doing it live. We're doing it live. Fuck it.
Oh, okay. I like how every time you move, you see Yaski's ears just appear as he's watching you.
He was chasing the cursor a moment ago while I was trying to get shit done.
You hit him with the fuck off, Yaski.
It's pretty much what's going to happen at some point. How are we all?
Not bad.
Good.
Pretty good.
I don't have a cat chasing my cursor, so I'm great.
Good.
Some are a little more hungover than others.
Yep.
Yep.
Yep. Someone go a little heavy last night.
Surprise.
One had a little too much fun and no one there to say, watch yourself.
You are an adult, ma'am.
No, I blame all of you guys. You guys are all responsible for me.
I don't think that's how this works, but thank you, Jump, for that 43-month Tier 2 resub. I appreciate it. It's been an amazing 43 months. It has. And then Rave on with the 2 bits for the ferryman. Oh, Yask, please, man. Right. Divrax one up to you. Yeah, let's crack on. Cypher.
All right, last time on fucking Pariahs, we started off with some admin, just Cypher pootling about, seeing what everybody was up to, dropping hints to Garrett for oddly specific herbs. Don't worry about it, it'll become relevant later on. Then we checked in on Desmond and his new favorite pet, Sal, and his little play area that Desmond had made. So that's fun. Garrett fed Sal a proper potion and not the heart of a dying mage. Progress.
Wait, wouldn't it have been dead by then, though? If the heart was out of the body? Sorry, never mind. Go ahead. Sorry.
I mean, yeah, I guess. What? Just chime in to break my fucking flow and then think everything's alright. Alright, and then it was off to Dreamland with Vanya as she dreamt about being the prettiest girl in the Fae Realm. Or not. And then she woke with a start. Cypher imitated what he was told and was a pretty picture. And then from Dreamland to the waking nightmare that was Reza's ascension to level 2 of vampirism, as she had a sweet suckling snack in the form of the governor. What was his name again?
Calcardon.
Calcardon.
Don't fucking help a solution.
Sorry, I thought you were asking me as DM.
No, I knew what his fucking name was.
More like Calcardon.
Yeah, so yeah, Reza fed on him to the brink of his death, and now I believe he's probably underground with a root fucking up his jacksy, fucking feeding him stuff just to keep him placated. Although he's paralyzed with a stake through his heart and he's bound, so I thought it was Cal with a C.
No.
First name is a K, last name is a C.
Yeah.
Is it?
It is.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
In, you know, in the known enemies little, you know.
I just thought it was.
Posh people do.
Yeah. He's been
Change
looking
letters
at my
around to make it fancy.
Okay.
You're messing with its flow.
You're fucking with my flow. Where were we? Oh yeah. Yeah. So he's underground, and Reza was sweating blood as her body metamorphosed and changed into something less pleasing to look at, and altogether more likely to tear your fucking face off, as she tried to do with Garrett when he entered the room. Luckily enough, Garrett's fucking fast as fuck, yo. And Elias is like, no, stop it. The roots say no. And then Garrett was like, oh, I know what it is. She's just hungry. So, pulled out a little green snack for her. And everything was fine. He's little green and he was snackable. Little green snack. So Reza, after that, I think probably went for a bath. I do recall you going for a bath and calling Falco.
Yeah, she ordered a a bath to her upstairs bedroom at the Folly.
So yeah, and then Vanya was like, "Let's go visit society." Got there, got blighted, and was like, "Fuck, no, I'm going home." So it's pretty much what happened.
Yeah,
The bot. Are you fucking taking pictures of Yaskia?
I am. I'm going to put it in chat in a second just to show you where he currently is.
So yeah, Vanya went through the portal to society for the first time, and the botanist was reminded of how this could affect her, and she was less than pleased, and decided to blight the tree and tell it to fuck off. However, Vanya was like, "Wait, don't do that!" And you know, when you're looking at somebody, your finger follows them. So there's the blight hardly.
Yeah. I mean, the other thing is as well, you don't go into someone's house and tell them what to do.
That's some pretty good advice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you know, especially someone who is a almost split personality dryad, unhinged dryad. So yeah, you got exactly what was deserved there.
Would have been nice if you guys would have let me know ahead of time.
I mean, we thought it was obvious that you don't fuck with anybody from society.
No, you gotta be very literal with
Oh,
Vanya. Yeah.
Don't do this. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. And then Desmond went for a walkabout to get his new armor and visit Reza's brother over in Khartov, get his new breastplate and the rest of his armor, which had been nicked, along with some other tasty treats. But it's all right. Fucking Desmond, like Batman, the one who walks the night and delivers justice. Just so happened to stumble across the guys who had fleeced his blacksmith, and he was like, "Well, I could just ask for it back, or I could smash this guy's face in, and then they'll give it back." So that's what he did. And the leader of that gang was like, "Oh, hi, Desmond. Nice to see..." Boom! Fucking Yaski's taking up the screen now.
I know, man.
So yeah. I think that's pretty much where we left it off, right?
I believe so. So yeah, with that said, then, in fact, I've got to. It's warm. I'm dying. With that said, let's bring us into today's session proper, shall we? It is the next day. Does anyone need a short rest? Because now is the time to do so if you require such.
Can't recall if I did it last time, so I'm going to just no.
Alright.
Well,
Desmond's going to do one, but we don't have to wait on that.
Okay.
I think I did it last time because I had to do my 2 hit dice. So
You didn't get a short rest last time.
You didn't?
I did. He ended up giving it to me.
Oh, until after you almost got murdered, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, and then that's how I got what little bit of health I got back.
Yep.
Yeah.
There's only
Hey,
one
Gar!
thing I'd like to say.
Go on, fire away.
When last we left our demented deviants.
nice.
God damn it. Hagar 30, thank you for the 2 gifted subs to Judgy, Selphorus, and a third to Grim Von Grim. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you. So, next morn, early in the hours, before anyone's even awake or at least available in the folly, it seems that Vanya has been busy handing out a new job to some skilled and very much respected members of the Shadow Guard. With the conversation being done, the contract has been sent out on a little errand. Falco pops his head out of the kitchen to you, Vanya. Bit of an arched brow, sees the folly now empty apart from you. You sent them off?
Yeah, we weren't really getting anywhere with the purpose statement. I think we kind of, I at least impacted one of them, and then I just kind of felt like, okay, that's good. Let's go.
So Reza's gonna poke her head out from the door to the upstairs and like say, "Is she done talking?"
Falco's gonna look at Vanya and then to Reza.
Vanya's gonna glare at Reza.
Well, I didn't want to interrupt.
No, Falco was asking me questions, so I'm not done talking.
Well, is it safe to walk down to the Undercroft? Am I going to be interrupting anything important? No? Okay. And she just quickly walks across the folly and down to the Undercroft.
What was that about, Falco?
I mean, I'm not entirely certain. Why don't you tell me? Normally you two are at each other's throats day and night, so what have you done to, either antagonize her or placate her, is the question that I'd pose to you.
I don't know, that seemed kind of friendly to me.
Maybe she is a new woman. Falco just smirks. So, topic on hand. Where have you sent my my contractors off to, and what time is it a big job? Am I going to expect them back anytime soon, or am I going to have to get someone else for this little jaunt down south?
It was a local job, so it should be fairly quick, I would think. I just sent him down to the sisterhood because, some of my sisters have been, violated, drained, and I needed them to kind of figure out what was going on because it's kind of impacting my the sisters are doing.
Violated and drained.
Yeah.
You know what? I'll send George down to go and... Alright, sure. Is there anything that you need from me while we're here? Anything you need on order, or...
Well, when they return, you can either come get me, or, so the expectations were that they needed to bring me proof that the issue has been resolved, and I don't know what that's gonna be. So if it's you, or you can come get me, and I'll just leave it up to you to decide if it's been resolved. But they do not get paid unless they have evidence.
Right.
I've heard of how they do things. So.
Aye, they're all. I mean, granted, they come back battered and bruised, but they've definitely always got the job done.
Oh.
Pretty skilled folks, and that's why. In spite of how they look, they always get the job done. That's why they're paid pretty well.
Oh, okay. Well,
why?
What do you mean by?
Falco's gonna arch a brow towards you, Vanya. What have you heard?
Well, I mean, I heard about the barrels and not quite fulfilling what they were supposed to do.
Oh, that's the doctor. Yeah, the doctor wasn't with you. He's the one with the fucking mountain of debt that he's never gonna ever fucking pay back.
Well, then maybe you should apologize to them for me whenever they get back that I had lumped them in with one bad egg.
Sure. Alright. I'll do just that. Hey, you're the boss after all.
That's right. I am. Oh, and we had talked about sourcing some new talent, like doing some auditions. That's for you to. Are you wanting me to do that? No, I can do the auditions. I'm just gonna need some things for them to audition on. Like some figures or, so that they can show their skills.
Alright, I will get a fucking 10-foot pole cemented into the ground and give them something to dance around and a few other bits, I guess.
I guess they could show their skills on a pole. Yeah, that'll work. That'll work. I'm talking about, sourcing new individuals for the Shadow Guard, right? Like, we're still on the same page there?
Yeah, absolutely, yep, that would probably, for martial prowess. Aye, wow, what were you thinking?
Yeah, well, that way that they could sword the pole, like, show me their skills.
Yeah, dancing with a quarterstaff is it's a metaphor for showing off their fight. I'm gonna go and get shit done. With that, Falco will just offer a brief nod, gather up the parchment and tomes on his table, and start making his way towards the stairwell to the upstairs rooms, leaving you, Vanya, alone in the folly.
She's going to tidy up the mess that the group had left behind from the ink wells, and the ink dripped all over the table and the papers, and getting all of that in order.
All right. With that said, if that's your morning, what's the rest of you been doing in the morn? Any volunteers?
Yes.
Go on.
So in the Undercroft, there is some grates.
No, not that one.
Not that one.
That one. We'll do that for now.
I mean, we'll do that for now, okay. So, Cypher's like, well, we're gonna need to expand and find some more room because there's no way I can put a fucking obelisk in here because the ceil's too low. So he's looking. He's just kind of stood over the edge, looking down at these grates that kind of just. I'm guessing there's just like a drop into the abyss. You can't see nothing.
Well, you would be able to see. Before you couldn't see anything. Now you can see brambles and large roots that cover it.
Reza has actually gone down to the Undercroft to look for Cypher, so.
All right. Yeah.
Just throwing that out there.
You'd probably find him looking over the edge into the abyss or the massive brambles and thorns.
She just kind of walks up behind him quietly.
So Cypher's just be stood there fucking contemplating, and then just he'll snap into action and just shout, "Desmond!"
Then Desmond's going to streak out of his alcove that he's been in with Sal, mace in hand, expecting there to be something going on. What's happened?
Oh no, I needed your attention.
Yeah. And with that, the mace falls to his side, just.
Well, no, you might need that.
Oh?
Yeah, come here. I want to show you something.
What are we looking at?
Ah! Cypher nearly falls in the hole. The great.
Yes, they. What about them?
Do you think we could break one of them off and we could get down there?
Aren't there some that are leading down at the bottom of stairs, sealed off somewhere?
Yeah, but a lot of them are caved in, and the light kind of protects this one. So I was wondering if we could break the grate off. I could get the roots down.
We ask Elias to help. Is there a look? Have you looked
Every
to see
time
if
I
there's...
ask Elias to do something, he doesn't do it.
Well, you might be able to break it, but then we would have the problem of a hole in the floor and the potential of going through or things coming up from below.
I mean, I just kind of want to take a peeky down there, see what's down there.
Then
Well, here, shall we do this? So Reza will grab one of the torches from the wall, run up and grab a torch from the wall and bring it back down and kind of like hold it out over the edge and see what gets lit up as it falls to wherever it will land.
The torch falls and eventually, after falling about 30 feet, hits a patch of roots and brambles. And as the torch sits there, burning away for 3 or 4 seconds, eventually a single root reaches out and douses the flame.
In Sylvan, she'll say, Elias, is there a reason you don't want us to go down here?
Roll me a nature check.
Oh, Jesus. Vampire with the nature check? Okay. Oh, I have proficiency.
It's amazing. That's a great roll. But it's still a tree. There would be the sound of creaking. Maybe a couple of the vines below would shift, and one of them probably bring the torch back up. With a 14, maybe the impression is trees don't like fire.
Right. Hey, the ladder that we used to assault the outcast, did you ever put it back in the bag of holding?
Yeah. You just put your arm in and go ladder, and then you pull out the ladder.
So Reza she still has the bag of holding. She kind of holds it open and says, Desmond, do you want to try and get the ladder out? Maybe we give it a climb down?
We still got to get through the grate, though.
But one step at a time. Maybe there's a lock. Maybe there's a lock down there that we can, open.
All right. So Desmond is going to go over to the bag and try to pull out this ladder. But he is intimately familiar with how tall it is because he was launched off of it. So if the ceilings are too low, he's going to try to angle it and lower it down at an angle.
And Reza just kind of backs up as he's pulling it out to help him get the ladder out.
Up the stairs.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a 30-foot drop, and you've got a 40-foot ladder.
All right, so Desmond's gonna get it secure and make sure there's no real wiggle to it. Although that might be partially because there's brambles holding it in place as much as bars.
Yes, yes.
And just give it a good shake. Well, there's that.
Cool. So there's like Fireman Sam's down the fucking ladder.
All right. With Cypher going first down the old ladder, you begin to slowly descend. Granted, it is dark down here. You know, there is no source of light. But eventually you would reach the bottom. A few of Elias's roots seem to steady your footing and offer a bit of a platform for you.
Thank you, Elias. Could you open a hole so I can see further down? I'll see this in Sylvan. Just gonna look at the route that was steadying me and be like, really, we're doing this, are we?
Roll me a perception check. In the very dim light, you would see the briefest flicker of movement as a root makes a hole that is probably about an inch in radius.
Oh, so he did make a hole. It's just time. Okay. Ha ha. Something bigger, like I fit my head through.
No, just put your eye up to it, like at a door.
So Cypher's lying on the floor with his face to the ground, looking through this fucking hole.
It is pitch black. There is nothing that you can see. Even with your with dark vision, it's pitch black. There's probably another at least a 30-ish foot drop, but again, it's pure darkness.
Reza, can you throw me that torch?
You mean the one that's down there?
He brought
No,
it
he
back up.
put it back on the it's on the ledge.
Oh, sorry, I was ladder. Sure. Do you want me to light it again?
No, I got a tinderbox. We don't want to
Okay.
burn Elias again.
So she carefully hands the torch down to Cypher.
And then Cypher's going to go to Elias. Can you take me to the bottom? The bottom. And remove this stupid grate if you can. Can you do that?
Roll me a persuasion check, Cypher. While you're doing that, Reza, Desmond, what are you doing from the top as you glance down into the... Oh, fuck's sake. Into the abyss?
31!
Reza is getting ready to follow Cypher down to wherever he is going.
Excellent.
Desmond's staying at the top, but he's got his the mace in hand. He doesn't think anything's going to happen, and he's just a little bit mystified at the fact that Cypher's trying to bargain with a plant, and he figures, worst thing that happens, he's going to just like Captain Caveman his way down on top of something if he has to.
Captain Caveman! I've not heard that in years! Absolutely years. Holy shit. That brings back memories. Alright, so with the torch lit, Reza, you begin to make your way. I imagine you don't climb down the ladder. Yeah, I guess you just slide down it.
Yeah.
I'm just
Mm-hmm.
lying at the bottom. It's at that point, as you both are on this makeshift platform made by Elias. The roots begin to shift and move beneath your feet. Some of the larger roots begin to pull up, tie, and start to wrap around your waist. Not tightly to the point of it being constricting, but in a supporting manner, as you will both witness the floor below shift, pull apart. Several roots begin to wrap around the edge of the grate, some diving into the brickwork where you see bricks being removed, and eventually this large metal grate is almost acts like a large door with roots on one side. It just swings down, revealing the pitch black below. So yeah, you are basically being grasped by Elias, and if the torch is lit...
Yeah. I've got
Yeah.
a torch in one hand, a root around my waist, and I'm just like, and down we go.
Right behind you.
And down indeed you do go.
How deep is this fucking hole?
Well, originally you thought it was about 30 feet. It's not. It's more like close to 80. It actually gets to the point where you start hearing Elias's roots straining just to try and get a few extra feet of movement down. But eventually, about 10 foot away from the floor below, Elias's roots stop. This is as far as he can reach. With the with the torch lit, though, you would, from your slightly elevated position, see that you've been brought down in what appears to be a half cave, half ruined area. Glancing around directly below you, there seems to be a few altars or dais pedestals, old ornate silverwork such as old candlesticks or bowls have been scattered around. Granted, whatever luster or sheen they once had is now covered in a thick layer of dirt and dust. Just off to your left, there seems to be a wall that's caved in, and as you bring the torch, there is a dirt path behind that leads into, from what you can see at the moment, it seems to be a larger cavern.
Reza's gonna pull the rope out of her pack and kind of like start entwining it around one of the vines and just say to the plant, I'm just not gonna tie this tightly, but just kind of like hold on to this, and then that way you don't have to strain so much, and we can just slide down the rest of the way, okay?
It slowly nods, so bear with them. It's all squished.
Just a root fucking waving it.
Yeah.
And then Reza kind of slides down the rope the rest of the way.
The Cypher follow behind her once she's on the bottom. You throw like the torch down once she's on the bottom and then slide down.
All right. Desmond, you're... Oops, sorry, go on.
No.
I was going to say, Desmond above would see this... The light growing dimmer as you are lowered before eventually you hit the deck. Desmond, what are you doing from way on high?
Well, shit. Desmond's gonna go down the ladder, just very gingerly because he's not so sure of this plant thing. And when he get, yeah, so it'll take him a while to get there, but when I get spot, I'm just, Elias, could you bring me down? I don't want to leave them alone.
With a creak of old wood, Elias moves the ladder. It wraps a few roots around the top few rings or rungs of the ladder and lowers the 40-foot ladder down. Kind of almost like an elevator for you, Desmond. With you gripping onto onto one of the steps. And with a
well, that works. And that probably also solves the reach problem, kind of.
Reza just watches this happen. She's like, "What the fuck didn't we think of that?" Go ahead.
While this is happening, Desmond's holding on super tight to the ladder, just because he's like he's seen a lot of stuff, but he's just still a bit wary of magical entities that don't speak and etc.
Mhm.
And then getting to the bottom, he's going to get off of the ladder as quickly as he can. Just, ooh, all right, that's been a long time since I've seen such a drop like that. Ah. And he's just going to start looking around.
All right. Everyone roll me a investigation check, if you would be so kind.
Oh, goody.
God, Cypher
No,
rolls,
19.
man. Mm-hmm. Fucking hell. All right. Questions in regards to the room you're in, what you can see. We'll go with the lowest first. Reza, is there anything you wish to know about this cavernous room that you currently find yourself in?
So, yes. So the image on the screen, it looks like there's like a waterfall or like daylight coming through somewhere. Is it pitch black except for the torchlight?
Yes. Well, no. So there would be a very faint bluish-hued glow coming from far up, past the ruined wall into this large chamber. It is faint, but it is noticeable.
Okay. How many questions did you say I had?
Just roll it, go again. If there's anything, basically what I'm doing is, ask you questions, and then it'll give Desmond and Cypher a chance to hear what you've asked, and then add on top of that. So I'll give you another 2.
And does the surroundings that we can see, does it look like natural cave-like areas that have been carved out and turned into things, or does this all look like it was man-made at one point and is just crumbling?
It very much looks man-made. At some point, many years ago, this place was, it almost looks like the living room of someone's house.
Okay.
I am also going to add to that, the architecture is vaguely familiar to you.
Gotcha. Do I get, if I have one more question.
Yep.
Do I
You do.
feel any of, like, the atmosphere that would match the other location where I've seen the architecture?
Roll me a Arcana, please.
Okay.
16. It's very, very faint, but
Okay.
the air does have the a sort of piercing crackle on your skin. It feels almost like static electricity continually being shot over your skin. Not painful by any means, but just that, hair-raising experience.
Okay. Okay, interesting.
All right, Desmond, you got up to 3 questions.
All right. So first question, because doesn't have the same experience as Reza does.
Mm-hmm.
He's looking around to see if this feels anything like what is above. Like if this feels like a distinctly different structure and this just happens to lead down here, or if they might have at one point been related.
No, so the architecture upstairs, whilst in the Undercroft the architecture there is old, this place feels older still. This is not an extension of the place above. This is very much, almost as if whoever was above perhaps dug down to here.
Okay, so Desmond is going to then just become much more alert, and he's going to raise the mace and shield a little bit, because it's occurring to him that this might be an extension of the city below.
Yeah, Reza has very much taken a very similar stance.
And the second thing is, like, there's all this dust. Desmond's looking to see if there's any, like, telltale signs that things have moved, if things have been, like, dragged or walked through.
There is a single set of footprints in the dust that lead towards the edge of the wall, leading, to the for the chamber upwards. Granted, at this point, the footprints do have a thin layer of dust over them. It's almost like these tracks were made many, many moons ago. Something came this way and went up, but nothing's come back and nothing's been here since.
All right, so at that, Desmond's going to level the mace at that and kind of look at Reza to indicate, he doesn't want to say anything out loud about it, just he's still assessing. He doesn't want to think about doing too much. And then looking out, Reza identified a blue glow. Desmond's been kicking around for a while and running errands. Has he seen anything reminiscent of this glow that's out there? In particular, does it remind him of the anti-magic items? Like the orbs or anything like that?
It would be more akin to the glow of the coroner's room with his blue-hued magic crystals.
This may be a bad place. That's all.
All right. Cypher. I'm pretty much with the 19. I'm going to give you free reign to clear up with what they've built on. So what? Ask away.
So the feet mark, are they the feet mark of a quiet one?
Yes.
And it leads up to basically where the quiet one came out.
Yes.
So Cypher's going to look at it and be like, judging by the thickness of the dust, it's nothing to worry about because we already fucking killed it. Yeah. It must have been the tracks from the quiet one. Other than that, it doesn't look like anything else has been down here. That might just be magical lighting crystals, right? Like because the coroner uses magical crystals to light everything, and we've seen magical crystals of different colors, like coin flow and places like that. So he's just going to be like, maybe it's just old magical crystals. And be like, hey, could just be old magical crystals. Come on, what's the worst that could happen? And he's just going to wander off.
Reza's following him.
Yeah. Desmond's going to go after him a clip because he's probably not moving slowly. And now Desmond's like thinking that there might be other things down here that are laying dormant.
As Cypher, you skip into the larger chamber beyond the ruined wall. It seems to open up into this, again, basically a large cavern. There's a stairwell that ascends the center where this blue light's coming from, and as you get close to it, you would all see a multitude of small blue-hued crystals that line the walls on old brass hinges, and not so much hinges, but brass braziers used for holding torches. Where this stairwell ascends into a slightly higher portion of the cavern, around the outside, you would see dilapidated and crumbling, what looks to either be, storefronts or abodes, old, smaller houses, similar to perhaps the one you've just stepped out of. It seems almost like this is an underground residential district. Beneath
Is
the
it
dust...
clear? Go ahead.
Okay. Beneath there's no footprints apart from the ones from the quiet one, but they seem to lead off to the right-hand loop of this central stairway. All of the other buildings are empty, quiet. It is eerily quiet down here. Not even the sound of running water, no drips, nothing at all. The atmosphere is dry and smells that of just pure dust, of age, of stagnation.
Is it clear to Reza that this is a portion of the city below?
Yes.
So she is going to speak very quietly and say, This is the city below. I would caution against proceeding further.
Okay. But where do those stairs go?
Right, so I think we should go back upstairs.
You're
And
right,
get-
up the stairs, and Cypher
No.
goes up the stairs.
She grabs at his cloak.
Look, there's a big building up there. Look, can you see it? Look at the
Cypher.
door. Can I just look
need-
inside the building and then
We need Garrett.
Okay.
And as much as it pains me to say it, we should probably have Vanya with us as well. This is not a just the three of us activity. This place is potentially very dangerous, and, we should try and figure out what the fuck we're going to do with this, because we've got a back door into the city below.
The one thing that you would see, as Cypher pointed up to the building, with you being at the bottom of this stairwell that leads up into almost like an elevated chamber, you would see a single building stood just at the top of the stairwell. A large brass door, several studs line the edge, and old sigils align or inscribed across its face. It's quite a rectangular looking building, with the exception of, on the very top is what appears to be a 12-pointed star. At this point, due to age, the brass has started to patina and degrade, so this star is slightly angled out.
Has Reza seen that before?
You would have seen it on some of the other buildings in the city. All of them that have this symbol seem to be... They are usually lone buildings that are, not attached to anything, and they are always seem to be slightly elevated above the surrounding area. Almost like a religious site. A church.
Okay. Reza is also fascinated by this place. Like, her first instinct is to... If this weren't the city below, she would totally be going through all these houses and storefronts to see if there's anything she can find. Like, she wants to loot the fuck out of this place. But she's also like, she does not want to be on the hook for Cypher getting murdered either, because she's afraid of Garrett in that regard. So she is very much struggling with indecision right now, and like her grip on Cypher is like becoming half-hearted.
Cypher just stop, turn around with his big doe eye. You make a bigger doe. He give you the one puppy dog eye and be like, just a little peeking.
Oh man. Make a wisdom saving throw against that shit.
Desmond, what about you? What are you doing at the moment? For fuck's sake.
We really shouldn't, Cypher.
Yeah.
Desmond,
Desmond.
has he has stood like stone still in place. Just he has his arms raised like he's ready, and he's just not making a peep. Not like they're there, and he's just scanning everything because he is just neurotic about the idea that there is something in here that's going to go after them, or potentially him, and he's just like it's the kind of thing where it's despite what's going on around, it's like there's just every little pin if a pin dropped, he would be on it if he wasn't completely oblivious, but he's really trying.
Reza, Cypher.
Cypher's mom is like, okay, let's go get Granite and Venue. I guess.
So, trudging back towards the ladder and the tunnel that heads up to the Undercroft, you begin to ascend where eventually Elias, with his roots now being able to support you better, would hoist the ladder up with all of you on and begin to bring you up to the Undercroft, where he deposits you on the ledge before, as you step off, putting the ladder neatly on the ledge for you. What you would then see is Elias will retract his roots down, and they, whilst not as deep this time, seem to raise up about 15 to 20 feet. So they're only 10 foot down from where you initially dropped, and the roots begin to overlap, crisscross, and you get the impression that he's pulled back a lot of his roots to create a slightly stronger area, or a slightly stronger barricade to block off whatever's below. You would probably also hear the sound of scraping metal as the makeshift trapdoor from the previous iron portcullis is dragged back into a position. Seems he's picked up on your tension, nervousness, apprehension.
Yeah, on the way out, while they're walking, Desmond's going to be walking. He's backpedaling and trying to not take his eyes off of like the inside of this before they come up. And he's just really doesn't like that place.
Reza's fascinated by it and still struggling with her decision to go get Garrett. She just really wants to explore.
So I would probably say that would no doubt have taken a few hours to go down, have a quick scoot around, come back up. An hour and a half, 2 hours or so, probably for the whole duration. I'm going to jump over to Garrett before we go back to the Folly and find out what's happening there, because there is certainly something also brewing on the horizon. But Garrett, what have you been up to?
I've been in the garden centre. Yeah, so I've gone over to the society to speak to my bestest buddy pal, the
Oh, all right. So, with you calling Elias to open the tree portal? Planar gate? Yeah. You would step into the central chamber of the society. As you step in, it seems to be that the exit of the portal is now in the almost like the congregation area, the area where all of the chambers, this central chamber leads into all of the other respective members' rooms. And as you glance over your shoulder towards the portal, Garrett, you would see that the tree the portal's linked to is almost dead. There's a faint amount of magic keeping it alive, but if it wasn't for that, this tree would be just a withered husk, gnarled wood, and perhaps just with a quick flick may even just turn to powder.
Mm-hmm.
It's been blighted, and you are very much very aware and familiar with the aftermath of this.
I expected this to be in the botanist's chamber. Then I remembered the last time we used the portal. Oh.
What do you do?
Don't think she appreciates the interruptions.
Not wrong.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna gently leave it be for the time being, and I'm gonna walk up to the botanist door, and I'm gonna just give it a gentle knock. And a little tweak of druidcraft to make the roots that attach to the door know who I am.
Almost wordlessly and soundlessly, the doors open, revealing the familiar sight and smells, the floral aroma of the botanist's chamber. It's here where the botanist is, as expected, crouched over the large vat of sap-like liquid in the middle of the room, and she turns to greet you, Garrett, this large smile on her face as she offers a single respectful nod towards you.
I give like a half bow.
It has been a while.
Yes, I've been tending my garden that you assisted with.
Garden. Oh, yes, I remember. How is it faring? And she would quickly begin to, as realization flashes across her features, Garrett, the branches would extend, and like a fly on shit, she would just swoop towards you, eyes wide. And the thorns. How is he?
Flourishing.
Good. So happy. Pleased. Yes. Pleased. God.
He's stretched far around the folly now, and I'm able to communicate with him pretty much everywhere.
The botanist claps her hands together in glee, nods furiously a few times before having her curiosity sated, she slowly begins to retract away from you, dropping back to the cobbles below. Good, good. I am glad he is marvelous creature he is.
I'm sorry to bother you with something trivial, but I was hoping that you could assist me with some seeds for the what things my garden's lacking. Some healing items and some more poisonous items as well that I wish to experiment with.
What is it you wish? And poisonous. Immediately, she's already got her back to you. Several leaves are being picked from a few plants. You would also see that a couple of these plants are running around the floor. And without even looking at them, one of the branches from the back of the botanist shoot out, pierce through this running bulb with leafy sprouts that protrude from the top of it. Bring it over. She rips the head off of this this small awakened plant, tosses the bulb away, sticks the leaves into a small linen bag, and she begins again. All of these leaves are either... None of them are green, let's put it that way. They are all various weird and wonderful shades, and each one has... as she picks the leaves, the floral aroma would be incredibly strong, almost enticing. They smell. If they taste as good as they smell, I bet they'll be a fucking delight.
Just a little wolfsbane, some nightshade, maybe some hemlock for the poisons.
Straight in the bag, no questions asked.
And then for the more healing side, maybe some yarrow, poppy, hawthorn, ginger.
She looks at you as you mention, yarrow, ginger, and hawthorn with this almost disappointed look. The look of, in fact, but boring. They are. We know what they do. Maybe mix it with, and she'll pluck a black leaf. There only seem to be 2 of these black leaves that sprout from a tiny plant in the room, but she plucks one of them, waves it. Mix. Yes, this. Let me know results. No name. New strain. Something. Experiment. With hawthorn, poppy, yes, solution. She pops them in the bag along with the other herbs and plants she requested.
I will let you know when I have a chance to use them. One question while I still have your attention. A portal tree. It looks sick.
She tilts her head to the side quizzically. Portal tree?
In your entrance hall, where I came through.
Botanist would begin to move like a spider through a web to the door as she pokes her head out of the room, eyes the tree, and I don't think you would have ever seen the expression that the botanist shows here. Her face just turns into a snarling scowl. Her brows knit together, her teeth are bared, and she looks at this gnarled tree with utter rage and disgust. It only lasts for a split second before she turns back to you, the usual smile back on her face. I don't know what you are talking about. It seems perfectly healthy to me.
Well, I then will bow to your superior knowledge of these things. Because I clocked the thing on her face and I'm like, it's not worth it. But I've taken up enough of your time. I'll leave you to your important work, and I'll go and plant in my own garden.
Yes, I will. What is the term used? Drop by at some point and see how it is blooming.
Yes, you'll be very welcome.
She pauses for a moment. I may have to. Elias will allow me to pass. I will have to find a willing... And she begins to look at some of the other trees in her sanctum. And focus on one. You will be my new portal. Yes. Yes. And she just go up and start stroking one of the awakened treants at the edge of the room.
If trees could look worried, I'll bet that one's terrified.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he saw what happened to his to the other one.
And with her attention on the tree, and she's completely ignoring me like normal.
Yeah.
And I just mooch off.
All right. Back to this sad, half-dead, gnarled tree that just seems... It almost looks like an old man who's just slinking in a corner, accepting his fate. It's a really sad, pathetic sight. It's if trees could be sad and depressed, this is what it would look like.
And I'll just step back through the portal back to life. She was pissed.
Yeah. Yep.
Garrett can read the room, and yeah.
Yes. All right. At this point, I would probably say you would all... Sorry, bear with me. I'm waiting for someone to do his... Are you jumping? Alright, fuck him. Yeah, there we go. Cats. So, you would more than likely make start to make your way towards the folly. Due to the time discrepancy, Garrett, I would imagine your meeting would take far less time than them delving into the city below.
Oh yeah, I'd have just been away at the right time to not hear all of the commotion of the great thing moves and shit.
Excellent.
So I'd be planting my new seeds, and for when they get back, I'll be finishing up.
Sure. Vanya, were you also going to the Undercroft, or were you what were you up to after tidying up the place?
After she was tidying up, she probably would have went down to the Undercroft to find someone. Probably, yeah. And I'm guessing she doesn't find anyone, but she is. Desmond, is your room locked?
No.
So she's going to go into Desmond's room and wait for him.
All right.
But while she's waiting, she's going to be talking to Sal.
In his little terrarium / vivarium, he just seems to be having an absolute whale of a time. In fact, Desmond, what does it look like? What's Sal's new home? What sort of activities does he have in there?
Okay, so there's a series of things here. Desmond has on his table, he's put a blanket down that he's kind of bunched up to keep them from rolling, but he's gathered bottles and jugs and things and just put them at various angles so Sal can get into them and just kind of entertain himself going in and out of different areas. He put a broomstick on the edge of the chair leading up to that so he can go down to the floor. And he's basically just kind of scattered things around. Anything that's breakable, he's put... he's gotten other soft items or like bags, like pouches of like grain or, well, not grain, but like, actually we have plenty of plaster, so probably bags of plaster left over, like to keep things stable. But it's basically just like a ramshackle medieval like hamster enclosure almost in the room.
Is there a wheel involved?
He is not savvy enough to figure that out yet.
Oh, that's a shame.
But he has a tinker's kit, and he's well, you mentioned it, but like there is some kind of semblance of like I forget what I thought of, but it's like a barrel has been broken, and so it's in the shape of a wheel, and he's clearly trying to figure out how to get the thing to turn like like somewhere between like a wheel and like a carousel,
right?
Or something like he's not, he's just kind of spending a lot of time on very basic stuff, and he's not super skilled at this kind of thing. But you can tell that he's trying to do something like make a little Ferris wheel for the slime to occupy himself with, just. And for some reason, he has a book that's like a bunch of children's stories just open that he's put there, like thinking that maybe the slime will read it to entertain himself somehow, but he just doesn't know.
All right. So, what I'm going to say here, with Vanya waiting in your room, as you all begin to return from your various tasks, and just as Cypher, Desmond, and Reza emerge back into the central chamber, there would be a call echoing from the doorway from Falco. By this point, I'm going to fast forward time just for the sake of things and say it's mid-afternoonish, but you'll just hear fucking hell, management requested I'm going to need you all up here. And on that, I'm going to call a quick BRB. We'll have our RP break. Oh, we need to get rid of Sal for a moment. All right, so yeah, I'm going to call our refill clock and our P break there. So we will be right back. Steal. Cheers, Devin. All right. Yeah, there we go. Won't be a moment. Thank you, Sneeze. I'm back.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Oh, Jedders. Are we waiting on anyone else?
Pirates grog.
Cheers, my dude. I'm on the banana grog tonight because I finished off that other bottle yesterday. Not sure if I'm sold on it yet.
I finished the banana one. It was all right. Like I just drank it with some ice straight.
Yeah,
pretty
that's what I'm doing. I'll stick with the spiced, I think.
Yeah.
Back.
Welcome back. Oh, hang on. Had to kick a cat out because he's being destructive. Ugh. There we go. Wow, Rayvon. Wow. All right, are we good?
I'm
Hello.
good.
I'm good.
So with a call
Coming
from
back.
Fat... What's that say?
Callie back, yeah?
Just sit down.
Oh,
Nice.
hello.
Nailed it.
So with the call of Falco, it's not the usual carefree call that he normally has. There is a sense of urgency to his voice as you would all hear the door to the basement slam shut.
That's not good.
What were we doing? That.
I know, but that's Falco's actually worried about something voice.
I want to kill somebody and Cypher stalks out in a huff.
Vanya pops her head out of Desmond's room. Oh, you guys are here!
Wait, did you hear Falco?
I heard something. Hold on 1 second. Sal, don't forget, unlock your potential. The key lies in your determination. And she shuts the door and joins them. What's going on?
You've just been sat there for hours giving Sal inspirational quotes.
Mm-hmm.
Vanya, throw Bardic Inspiration for me.
Oh no.
Excellent. I'm going to keep that on Sal should he ever need it. He will remember the words you said, and like a good little slime, he was enthralled throughout the entire conversation. Sat there with these slightly discoloured black areas that substitute as eyes to give it more of a, recognisable and human features, just poised on you for the entire conversation, Vanya.
And Vanya, so she can't sit still either. So she's pacing while she's doing this with hand motions, and Sal is following her just as she's just kind of pacing back and forth.
What I will say is, out of that, at some point, Vanya, he did relieve himself in a one of the bottles that Desmond's left around. It seems to be a rather viscous, red-looking liquid.
She would have picked that up to ask Desmond about it.
All right.
Oh, Desmond. She's got it in her hand. Desmond. Desmond.
I think he's still AFK.
Yeah. Did you ask if Scab was back?
No, we didn't. We only asked if you were back.
Yeah.
Oh, of course I'm back.
Oh, I was in your room with Sal, and he filled this up. What is it?
Desmond's gonna look at it.
Mm-hmm.
Is it like a red kind of?
It's a potion of greater healing.
Oh well. It'll be what Garrett fed him, so it's a healing tincture.
Oh, I haven't been feeling myself. Can I have it?
You.
Or,
Sure,
can I
you-
trade
you-
it out? Do you have something?
No, just you drink that, and then he's gonna turn his attention. Like, good boy, good boy.
Londell,
You got it all in the bottle.
The Sal, the alchemical ooze, will just almost puff up for a moment. You get the impression that it's relatively proud of itself. If not proud, more of a, well, duh, obviously,
Vanya's gonna give a thumbs up and wave to Sal, and then guzzle the bottle.
All right. It's in your inventory. Treat yourself to a potion of greater healing.
You will remember this, and
That's why we
forever
can't have
be
nice
thankful.
things.
I need it so bad.
All right. So while Vanya's currently guzzling away at this potion of healing that's the slime secreted into the bottle, I've got to make it sound disgusting because it is. You're drinking slime juice. But what are the rest of you doing?
Stalking towards where fucking Falco was calling.
Yeah. All right.
You hear the sound of roots on roots, and then I step out of the thorn room.
Hello, Garrett.
Hello. What is going on? I heard shouting.
No idea, Garrett. Falco seems to have been losing his shit.
Mhm. Oh. Let's go see what he wants. And by the way, I got those plants that you wanted.
That's awesome because we found something really cool. And if I didn't get distracted by fucking Falco, we'd be going there right now.
Well, the plants are growing right now. They're not ready to harvest yet. It's
Okay.
soon.
All right.
Sorry, I'll take a deep breath.
With that, you all begin to make your way down the central corridor towards the basement door, heading into the basement of the Folly, up the stairwell into the kitchen, into the Folly proper. And it's here you would see Falco stood at the side of a table, and sat at the table are two individuals, familiar individuals. Whiskers, what do you look like at this moment in time?
Human. Let's start with that part. I'm definitely human, and I am covered in my rags and my I've got blood, not coming out of me per se, but blood marks still dripping off of me from that fucking hair, and in my hand, my shaking, trembling hand, I am holding the bandolier with the 5 stakes lined in it, and I'm sitting there saying to Falco, "He's no vampire. He's no vampire. He's no vampire." And my eyes are huge and wide, and I'm just shaking all over.
Opposite the small shaking form of Whiskers is the rather burly form of Avlesh. Avlesh, how do you look?
He is not as he's not shaking like Whiskers, but he has a look on his face like he's seen some shit. He's got like marks on him which almost look like some sort of weird octopus had tried to either like rip his skin or grab him across like his face and shoulders and neck and everything. He's got blood all over him from like various cuts. His hair is a mess. He reeks of blood. Absolutely reeks of it. Like he almost took a bath in it, but he's not drenched in it. And he had unstrapped his shield and dropped it beside him. But other than that, there's no weaponry on the man.
Whiskers also looks like he could pass out at any moment if the adrenaline weren't kicked in.
So with that, Falco is just to before I go with Falco, Reza just rolled some dice. She stupidly just deleted that roll.
I'm a dumbass.
You are indeed a dumbass, but just for the record, what she rolled, and if it comes up, it was a critical success. Reza, you idiot. But we know what it was, and just for the record, what you rolled was a natural 20, so good shit. Alright, with that said though, Falco's gonna look over you both as he drops 2 bowls of soup in front of you and motions for you to eat. At that point, he hears the door open behind him from the kitchen. He looks over his shoulder. A rather concerned expression painted across his features as he offers the group a single nodding greeting. Alright. Normally I'd deal with this myself, but, well, and Falco will shoot Vanya a, not so much a glare, but a bit of a, questionable glance. They found something, and it is well out of my wheelhouse. Well out of my wheelhouse. But I think it's best that you lot hear it firsthand from these.
What, Falco? Who are these guys again?
These are the contractors that you sent out this morning on a little errand.
Oh, sorry. Wasn't there more?
As I said, you'll want to hear the full details from these two. I'm going to grab myself a drink. I think I would highly recommend you lot do as well. You might need it. With that, Falco will head towards the shelf at the back. Grab, not a top shelf bottle, but certainly something strong. And motions towards Avlesh and Whiskers. Whiskers, Avlesh. You've got the full attention of all the management. Tell them what you told me.
For, real quick, just...
Yep.
If they happen to notice, Reza is kind of standing back a little bit from the rest of the group. Arms crossed and just eyes. She's very much trying to maintain control of herself at the moment. If there is a noted tension about her person.
Vanya is gonna turn to management because they don't know like kind of the backstory of all of it, and but she's gonna be making direct eye contact with Garrett and say, so before they begin, I may have sent them out on a little bit of a job because our sisters, they have been showing up kind of drained of their life.
That Falco's immediately going to turn around. Look, hear the story from them first. They need some rest, and they are not in a good way.
Okay. Vanya turns towards them.
Avlish is going to push the soup away from him. Oddly not hungry. If he's given alcohol, he will drink it. Probably an entire bottle by himself right then and there before he starts to speak. He is going to describe the hostel they came upon, and the type of people that were hanging around there. Kind of like the dregs of society, poor, drunk, clearly.
Go on, Whiskers, what was that?
I was saying, describe it. Describe it.
What does he say?
I was describing it. I'm confused now.
As what would Avlesh
I'll
say?
pay it out.
Oh, we came to a building. He doesn't know what a hostel is. A hole of a building. Sleepy drunks, dirty people sleeping everywhere. They were frustrated. I went to the back, and Chud cut down the first man as I picked the door.
Wait, so hang on. This was what, like some sort of fucking inn or something? This Falco will slide a bottle in front of you, Avlesh, as he begins to swig it. So like a tavern or a sleeping place? What, like a big, small?
Old building, dirty. abandoned, but used by homeless people. Smelled bad. They all looked at you weird at the same time.
This could be anywhere.
Sisters sent us to the area to look for clues.
Look for what?
Clues.
Clues. Fucking. And with that,
Decided
just
to
Oh, go, so go.
decided to look in the back. Smell of blood. He'd spit to the side. Cultists of some breed. Corpses in cages. The rest of us came and went to the back. Large door. Decided to go. Fat man, nipple ring, screaming. Wasn't good fight. Easy prey. Then mother awoke.
Not a
Fat
vampire. Not a vampire.
Not a vampire. He kind of shoots a look to Vanya when he says not a vampire. And then he continues, speaking. Fat woman. Could not see face. Covered. Big hands, claws, blood soaking everywhere. Like a maggot.
In a bath of blood. It was a bath of blood. Big
Vanya.
pool.
Hair.
Vanya points at Whiskers. Did you see the same thing that he saw?
She rose out of the water of blood. In this pool, they were trying to protect their colder mother. Her hair would fling about by its own. It would grab us, and she would disappear and reappear next to us and grab us. I need to roll a twist of fate. Oh, let me select me. Oh no, I can't.
That is
select
good.
me,
Yeah,
can
it's done
I?
it. You got it. Twist of fate succeed.
Oh, it did. Good. Okay, so I don't pass out. Good. It is big hair, and she was, she kept just like her blood hair, and she would grab us and draw. It hurt so much. And he just starts shaking.
Falco
Cowboy
just put a
shakes
hand
his
on
head.
the. Falco will put a hand
Point.
on Whisker's shoulders.
1 hit point at the moment, by the way.
He would continue to describe what happened. Fat men with nipple rings. She came to court. A maw with 1,000 teeth, tentacles of blood. Pulled it apart like mud through fingers. Like an abyss.
Was it just the two of you?
Small little man ran. And then Chud said run. And everyone just broke. And little man, he points across the table at Whiskers, out the door, along with the other little man. Have not seen him since. stopped at doorway. The Chud looked at Avlish just as the tentacles grabbed him, and he raised that cleaver up high. And Avlish kind of like hits his chest a few times. Avlish shut the door, pinned it with that. Chud died well.
Wait. One of you didn't make it?
Falco's gonna nod. Aye, big lad. Strong, silent type. Good fucking worker. Good fucking worker. Yeah. Well, again, I know it's rough for these two having to tell the fucking story again, but hey. Not
Vanya's
sure.
gonna
Go.
Vanya's gonna cast a kind of a worried glance at Garrett. And based on what they had kind of described about, you know, the blood and the hair, would Vanya know kind of that description?
Roll me a history check, please, Vanya. No.
Would I?
Roll me a history check. It's possible. So for Vanya, no, what it was is, you know, there are many different types of these creatures, and you have certainly not had the time or the inclination or the RP to delve into other types of hags. Even with a 13, Garrett, sadly not. It could be a multitude of beasts. Obviously, something called Mother with blood-like hair. The details are there. It could be a hag, or it. Oh.
I'm trying to find a button.
Reza wouldn't have had any experience with that, would she?
No.
No, I don't think so.
Add 5 to that.
So that puts us to 18.
18.
Yes. In that case, yes. An 18 is enough for you to have an maybe not a solid understanding, but definitely, there is a high probability it was either, it would be a blood hag.
Mm-hmm. Between gritted teeth, Garrett's just gonna go. Hag. Sounds like blood.
Question. And he looks at Whiskers and Avalish and goes, "Why would you think it was a vampire?"
Because the body was drained of the blood loss, and it made sense. Maybe maybe thought maybe some old ancient awoken or something, and was very hungry when waking up.
Okay.
Is that why you have a bandolier of steaks?
Which I'm trying to hand back over to at the moment. Yes. Trying to hand them to Vanya.
Where'd you get them?
I may have. And she
Literally
grabs them.
holding them out to her.
Avlish is gonna look at Whiskers and then look over to the rest of the management. We had gone and left, got ready, Little Man Whiskers came later. And then he just kind of like puts a hand up like,
No, lady gave them to me in case it was vampire. I'm a good worker. For both of you nice ladies, I always try my best and think about what we might be fighting. Be prepared. Be prepared.
Was that not right, Reza?
What made you think that... I'm sorry, I don't understand at all what you sent them to do. I only know that they found some sort of building with the dregs of society and went into a back room with something like... What the fuck did you send them to do, Vanya? And why would they have thought it was vampires?
Well, so you know how I have some friends down at the sisterhood. She's just nervous. She doesn't know why she's nervous right now around Reza. And she's just like, and they were turning up and they were very they weren't alive and they were drained of their lifeblood. And I sent them to the sisters to ask questions and to figure out what the problem was and to solve it and to bring me back evidence that it had been solved. And I thought, easy job, right?
Vanya.
Did I not do... I mean, you guys give them jobs all the time. Why can't I give them a job? I needed
We give
something
them
done.
errands, simple errands to fetch things.
Yeah, I did too.
She kind of pulls Vanya to the side and says, Vanya, possible vampire issues are well beyond even our capabilities. Do you remember how powerful the governor was?
But
In
they
the
said
street?
it wasn't a vampire.
Yes, but you didn't know that until you sent them there.
Well, that's why I gave him the stakes, just in case.
You sent them to their deaths.
Well, I thought if it was too much for them, they would know and get out, right? We would know.
This was a mistake, Vanya. And she kind of turns away from her and looks back at the other two.
Just shaking in my spot. Trying to reach for the spoon for the soup. Just shaking. Trembling like a leaf.
Cypher's going to start feeding him.
Go on, Avalanche, what was that?
Zoro's laughing. Avalanche is not even gonna touch the food. He's just... If Falco keeps putting bottles of booze in front of him, he's just gonna
he
keep
is.
drinking with like a shell-shocked look on his face.
I'll go get him some water, please.
Aye, all right, I'll, yeah. Yeah, it's probably better, actually. Fuck.
So
I
this
look
thing-
incredibly pale, by the way, probably.
That's why
Actu-
Reza doesn't recognize you from the first time she met you.
Garrett, you had something?
So this thing, did you kill it?
Still alive when Avalanche left. Blocked the door. Grabbed Chud. Had to make sure it could not leave.
I look at you, hearing this. Big boy, stay behind for us.
Not by choice.
Oh, he's the one that told us to leave. He saved us.
Where is this place?
I will describe exactly the stores around where it's at. I'm very well give you the direction. It's over in the up in the what did they say? Was it wooded?
West of Lower Streets, far west,
Hey.
just on the border.
Yeah, it's on the it's over the west by the farms. By the farms on the lower streets. That there's a little place there where people can stay the nights and stuff. Down Blah Road. Give him the road.
Avlish can take you if you want. Remember the way. Ran all the way back.
And if this is a hag, we don't want us setting up shop in lower streets.
Would we, with their description of kind of that side and knowing that it's a place where they rest, would we know exactly where they're talking about?
Unless you said he's going to take us there.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But no, you wouldn't. You know, you wouldn't know of
Okay.
every little shop and shithole resting place at the edge of lower streets. Unless, I mean, roll me a history check. It's, going to be a high DC of like 18 because it's a completely nondescript location.
As I remember whenever we were walking there, remember I talked about perception and that I was looking and watching and stuff. Were there any signs of any shops along the way that I can give as a clue?
Not really, not on the outer edges. I mean, again, you would be able to take them or at least give them a route there, so that's not a problem. But there's not really any, the outskirts of lower streets as it starts to merge into farmland is very much it's all the same. It's old buildings, old storefronts. Everything's very beige, very drab, stereotypical brick and stonework. So there's no no landmarks, but yeah, you can easily point it out to them and say where it is.
I'll show you where it is. We'll take you there.
So is
Gentlemen.
Sorry, just real quick. Above the table, is it in a business in lower streets or is it outside of the lower streets district?
It's not a business. It's basically a it's a small singular room that's been converted into a hostel.
Okay, because I was gonna say like Baron's Folly would know everyone who's doing business in lower streets because it's our business to know that. But if we don't know about them, they're
it's not a business. It's not a big storefront.
Okay.
It is literally a single
hole in the wall.
A single hole in the wall with hammocks strung around the edge, as low-key and nondescript as possible.
Got it. Thank you. Sorry, guys.
And Vanya's going to say, well, if you guys are gonna take us there, you're gonna need a level head about you. And so she's gonna cast calm emotions on them.
Avlesh and Whiskers. You can choose to accept it or you can roll against it.
I'm not in Foundry to roll a resist.
Do you want me to do it for you? If you want. So
yes,
go on. All right. So Avlish is going to resist Whiskers.
So because of my current state, I'm happily going to accept it. I mean, but the flip side of that is going to be that. Oh, I feel better. Passes out. Boom. Falls over right there at the table. Completely passes out.
Avlesh, you crit. You can your choice.
He would refuse it, and then watch Whiskers pass out and shake his head. Little man needs nap. Cannot take people anywhere. Avila show the way.
Okay, everyone. Gather your things. It looks like we're gonna have to go and tidy up this mess.
Okay.
Before they head out, she's going to get between Whiskers and Avlash, and she's going to regale in Whiskers' ears.
Whiskers is unconscious.
Oh, so he's not going to be able to like
I don't know.
subconsciously hear it.
I don't think so. I think I am out. I think I am. Because it was only the adrenaline that has kept me awake. And the moment I calmed down, I passed out. I should be dead, but I'm not. like I am out. I am unconscious out.
Okay, so it won't affect him then. So she won't do it then.
Not gonna lie, if Vanya comes close to Avlish, he's probably gonna look like incredibly nervous. He's not gonna run, but he might like lean back away from her.
I love that you guys are scared of her, Dale.
All right, so you all spend a few moments gathering whatever equipment from your rooms or from the folly that you need, and Falco motions that he will put Whiskers to bed.
DM, do I?
Yes.
Because of the unconsciousness in this particular case, do I transform or do I stay human? I leave that to you.
Roll me a wisdom saving throw.
Sure. Wisdom.
I'm going to set it at DC 10, so not too difficult.
Okay.
Never mind.
So, suddenly my hands start to get hairy, my nose starts to elongate, and I grow what I always call a beautiful, luscious, beautiful little tail. It starts coming out the back from behind my from my shirt and so forth down, and clearly I am transforming into some sort of rat person. Though some of you, I'm aware, have seen me as a big rat. Well, congratulations, here's the other half of it.
So, what the fuck? And Falco's going to turn.
You should get him out of here really quick before anybody comes through that door.
Right, not Francis. No,
Yes.
fuck it. No. All right, I'll sure. Oh, fucking rat, man. Really? Fucking rat bastards. Fucks. And with Falco will take a swig from his ale, hoist Whiskers up over his shoulder, and begin muttering about the issue that the ratkin have been giving him in the past. He's like, I can't fucking... someone's gonna have some fucking answering to do when he wakes up. And he'll probably slap your ass, Whiskers, as he carts you off into the kitchen, where you would probably hear a brief moment of someone shouting, "Oh, that's a big one for the pot now." No, Francis, not for, just sort dinner out. I'm gonna have to dip into the fucking bunks, and you just hear the door slam.
Well, thanks for slapping his ass. At least maybe you might have a nice dream. Woohoo!
Saved from the pot and put to bed. So with that, Whiskers,
No
I'm going to give
ratatouille.
you
No ratatouille.
no ratatouille. I'm going to give you a short rest. Sadly, you didn't hear Vanya's regale, so you don't gain any additional HP from that. But with that said, everyone else, you would begin to gather your gear, and with Avlesh taking the lead, you set out into lower streets. Avlesh, you would lead them directly on the path that you took less than an hour ago to return to the Folly, meandering through the twisting and winding alleys before eventually getting towards the edge of lower streets. It's here where, about 100 or so feet away from the hostel entrance, you would point it out. Is there anything that you wish to say or warn the group of?
Ablish doesn't like shy away from the building. He just kind of shakes his head a few times. And smell the blood still. And people could probably still smell the blood, like.
Yeah, it's a very metallic
diseased
iron.
people.
But it's old blood, right?
No.
It's not.
Yes and no.
Fresh.
There is that mix of both fresh blood and old blood that would be in the air. It's very, very metallic.
Reza wouldn't find it appetizing at all, and have any heightened senses due to her latest activities here, would she?
It smells like old and new blood for definite.
Okay.
It's probably all you would really. Is there anything in particular that you're wanting to know?
No, I just, feeling my way through, like, level 2, like, anything change in that department. So, no. Okay.
It would be stronger. If you, focused on an individual, you will probably be able to pick them out of a crowd or, feel people's heartbeats and have a heightened sense if you saw it. But at the moment, this is just an area of the street that has a very heavy scent of iron in the air.
Gotcha.
It's definitely not appetizing. And for you, Reza, yes, it would be a mix of both fresh and stale blood. There would be, certain elements of magic that definitely Cypher would be more attuned to. This is a place of death. Avlesh, back to you. Anything you wish to add?
He's going to walk up to the door that's kind of like squeaking with some wind and moving a little bit, and he's going to just push it open. And like keep it open with one hand. He's got his other arm with his shield kind of off to the side. Avlish will stay here when management is done. Call if Avlish is needed.
Get this over with then, shall we? Cypher's got a stroll in.
Okay.
As you stroll in, there would be a somewhat haggard man on his knees in the center of the room. Eyes glazed over, head lolled back. Unmoving, doesn't seem to notice your entrance. Hang on, bear with me. In fact, I'm not going to type it, I'm going to say it. Rayvon, give me a fucking minute! Chill! We're getting there! It's been an hour! So, as you step into the room, yeah, you would just see this man on his knees in the center of the room. Eyes blank, jaw slack, unmoving.
Would we sense that he is under a spell?
Roll me an Arcana check. There is a lot of magic in the air. Cypher, you too would feel it. There's definitely a lot of magic in the air, but As for the man himself, he just seems to be a broken, shallow husk, as if someone who's had their entire life purpose has been stripped away. As you're getting closer, his mouth is moving slightly, just babbling a few words, but barely a whisper. Nothing that's coherent. The only words you can make out is, I can't hear you. I can't hear you. Where are you? Mother, speak to me. Speak to me, please.
Reza is just kind of like, give him a fist to the side of the head to knock him out and make him quiet.
Easily done. There is no... Lights are on, but no one's home. He just drops
Just doesn't
to the
even look
side.
at him.
So, obviously, there's one door at the end of the room.
Mm-hmm.
So I mentioned to Desmond, it's like, with me.
It's just pee.
What was that, Cypher?
Scob, he's just gone for a pee.
He has just gone for a pee. In fact, do you know what? Shall we call a quick pee break there? Because we are on the 2 hour, 10 minute mark. Yeah. Boom. All right. I will get rid of the poor announcer who, bless him, has lost his purpose in life. He had one job. One job no more. All right. We will be right back. While we refill our glasses and empty our ladders. Won't be a second.
The worst short rest roll I could have ever done for hit points.
If I...
Yep. It works though. It's so fits right now.
I'm back.
You
Welcome
scared
back.
the shit out of me.
Thank you.
Ask myself.
All right. We are all back, yes?
Never left.
Sure. Bladder of iron.
No, ask myself.
Just fucking in chair, done. All right, so I thought we had a scene jump. We didn't set one up, did we? For the
Just like a
hostel?
normal.
Yeah. We'll stick with this for now with Lois. Hang on. That'll do. That's better. That's more like the exterior of the shithole of the hostel. So, With the announcer knocked out, you would all see that there is a large lumber axe wedging the door.
That's the way we need to go then. Come on, Desmond, let's get the door open.
All right then. And Desmond's going to assist.
I mean, it's not difficult. It's an old wooden door, and do you take it off its hinges? Do you just remove the axe and open it?
I think we just remove the axe and open it. Keep the element of surprise.
Yeah. With a slight creak of the hinges, immediately you are assailed by the scent of old blood. And in a pile, a heap, a bloody mess on the other side of the door is what is best way to describe just a pure bloodbath. The interior of a slaughterhouse. There is what appears to be a large, bloated, feminine-ish form that has been carved and clove apart from the shoulder all the way down to the waist. That's peeled apart like the petals of a flower. Beneath this split cadaver is the unmoving, pale form of Kestis Chud. The giant meat cleaver buried halfway into the abdomen or lower sort of pelvic area of the dead hag.
That's the one that was eating us out of house and home.
Right. Well, let's get this thing moved. And Reza starts to tug the body of the hag off of the I imagine she's probably much smaller than Chud.
Oh yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah. Without a shadow of a doubt. You know, Chud was a unit of a man.
He like rolls the body off of him. And starts inspecting the corpse of the hag, leaving the others to deal with the Chudley.
What do you all do?
Sorry, I've got a mouthful of biscuit. Well, that's definitely a hag.
Was. It's definitely dead.
Garrett, I think it may be a good idea to bring her back to investigate her. Maybe, like, the nurse can come and give us maybe a little bit more insight. Could we fit her in your bag, Cypher?
No.
Or does
No.
Desmond have it?
Absolutely fucking not.
As Vanya's saying this, Desmond's head is just slowly turning towards her. I don't think the nurse would have... Great. Well, it would go of one of two ways. She would either cackle with glee that she had survived and this one had not, or she would be offended somehow.
Well, we don't have to invite her, but
If you wish to do any kind of examination, you should do it here, and then we should dispose of it and be gone.
would Vanya know of, like, through her studies with the nurse of what she should investigate or potentially keep off of the hag?
I'm going to be the arsehole DM at this point and say, I offered you a huge tome of hag information. Is there anything you wish to take from the hag?
I will say Reza has taken all of her material possessions that are not stuck to her body by blood.
Well, I would say, I mean, like, the skin.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's why she's wanting to take the body.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess.
Yeah. If you want to flay, absolutely. If you want to flay part of it, that is certainly, certainly something you can do.
And then she's also going to investigate to see if she has any tomes on her as well.
All right. Roll me an investigation check. And I will not be a complete arsehole. Her hand, a hag's hand or fingers, are potentially useful. As is the head. As for other miscellaneous items, no. She bathed in a pool of blood. Apart from, a small sacrificial-looking blade, she has no actual possessions. Her clothes are slick with blood. Any tomes or any paper material that would be on her would have disintegrated in the boiling blood bath that she regularly bathed in. So no, apart from, as I say, a single ceremonial-looking small blade dagger, she wouldn't have any other possessions, with the exception of the giant meat cleaver that's lodged into her lower half.
So Vanya will take the fingers and the head, and then Desmond, you're the one who or Scott, Desmond has the bag, right?
No, Reza has the bag.
Reza has the bag of holding.
Okay, so Vanya's gonna turn to Reza and say, "Can I put these in your bag?"
No.
Well, I don't think I should be walking down the street with the head of a hag. I could put the fingers in my pocket.
Hey, hang on. And Reza will pull her very own specially commissioned head-carrying bag out.
Cypher's got a bag that you could put it in, and he holds up the bag that you made for him.
No.
I think you should use that instead. And she starts to put her oiled canvas bag away.
No, Reza, please.
Fine,
Please.
here. And Reza's gonna pull the almost reverently pull the massive cleaver out of the hag with a yank. And then wipe it off with her I'll throw it up. Her handkerchief of cleanliness. And then put the cleaver in her bag, in the bag of holding.
Then Vanya's gonna say, what about the skin in these fingers?
Can you fit them in the bag that I just gave you? You probably can. It's built to hold up to 5 heads.
Okay, well, I didn't know if it was just like you only wanted heads in there. Just, because I got things.
Just hurry up,
organized
Vanya.
this
Hurry
way.
up. Oh, come on.
She just dumps it in there.
You're carrying it, not me.
Okay.
What about this? And I point at Chud's corpse. Did he have people? Family?
Garrett, I don't really know anything about him. Like early this, it's kind of the first time I've ever talked to him.
So Reza gets up and walks outside at this point, and she is going to look around the street and see if she can spot someone who has a cart or wheelbarrow and commandeer it from them.
Not a problem. Not a problem. There would obviously be the odd merchant passing by.
She'll give them a silver for their trouble.
They'll take it. They'll take it.
If it's safe, Avlish will help pull Chud out.
Good lad.
Right, thank you. We'll just... Unless you said? Yes, come on then. Let's get him onto the cart here. And, something to wrap around him. I don't want to just cart him through the street like this. He's a bit of a hero. He sacrificed himself to get you lot out alive.
Well, there's some bedding in
Go get it.
Okay. Vanya
Did
goes
you-
and grabs the bedding.
Who grabbed the dagger? Did anyone grab the dagger, or did you leave that?
The dagger? What dagger?
Yeah, the sacrificial dagger on the hag.
Reza would have picked that up from her. Because she was looking at the body before Vanya went over to it, because she pulled it off of Chud.
Alright, there you go. Nope, not that one. That one. There you go.
Can we also investigate the pool of blood?
Absolutely. Roll me an investigation check. So while you're doing that, Garrett, what are you up to?
I am strolling around the rest of the building, making sure there's no other hags hiding anywhere.
There aren't. Luckily, apart from a door that leads into a back room that's blocked off, and debris that's been piled up in the doorway to the next building over, which was just next to the door where you entered. There is no other signs of life. There were a few bodies in the cells. 3 bodies to be exact, and another 2 individuals who are in a very similar situation to the guy you knocked out. Blank eyes, whatever semblance of sense or coherence has left them. But no, for all intents and purposes, Garrett, you clear the place and there's nothing there. Apart from the bodies of the dead, of course.
Not interested in the bodies.
Nah. Before we go back to Venue, so Cypher, what are you up to? Anything in particular?
Well, Cypher's just looking at the dude that got knocked out, and he's just like, no witnesses, and he shadow bolts him right in his fucking head. His head just hits the floor.
Wow.
And then he's just going to go to the cages where they're still alive and just shadow bolt them. Just like it's just a thing you do, you know? Just.
Reza's kind of standing outside looking at the building, waiting for the rest of the people to come out.
Oh, you fucker. I know what's coming.
All
right.
No, you don't.
Desmond, anything in particular you wish to do?
Well, the notion of the hag dagger, when Rez is picking that up, he starts thinking, dagger, to be a hagger, and then he just kind of
Chuckles.
his attention wanders. He's kind of been making, you know, he's no stranger to rooting around in the corpses of creatures for parts and pieces. hags aren't on his menu, so
Mhm.
and he's also kind of leery of it because of years of the nurse just existing. Because he's convinced it's going to be like dogs smelling other dogs or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But he's just kind of looking around. He'll wander, but he's going to stay away from that body. Like he'll stay a little ways away from it. Just doesn't want to get too close.
Mhm.
But he'll look around and see if there's anything that's like, there's like sacrificial daggers, so there's sacrificial areas. Like, is there anything other than people? Are there any kind of like emblems? Are there any kind of artifacts that might have come from them, or like basically look for things away from the body that might be related?
Roll me an investigation check.
Gotcha. Yeehaw, let's go.
It's not bad. It's not bad at all. So there. When you say related, what in what way exactly?
Well, like, are there icons? Are there, like icons or totems that like any kind of altar, like a prayer shrine? Is there anything in particular there, or is there
Yeah,
like
no. So
trophies from victims?
there would certainly be a few trophies around, mostly desiccated heads that would line a shelf at the back of the room. But apart from that, no. There doesn't seem to be any idols to any other potential deities or other higher powers. It very much seems to be that she was the center of attention in this room. This was her cult, her abode. Obviously, you would see Vanya fawning over the boiling bath of blood in the center of the room that's on a raised pedestal. But yeah, pretty much it all just seems to be this was a one hag show with her being the center of attention, caring for her family and wayward souls that would stroll in.
All right. This is a long shot, but has the nurse ever said anything in passing about like hags using this kind of thing? Like, is like particularly
No. The nurse very rarely speaks about other hags, if ever. You may have once overheard a brief comment that she had sisters and was part of a coven, but hags rarely talk about other hags. At least never in a positive light, unless of course it's their sisters. So no.
right? And this one doesn't look like the nurse does in her natural state.
No. This thing is bloated. It's still disgusting, but it's not got the sort of pallid gangliness and the sort of drawn features that the nurse has. This is very much almost the opposite of the nurse. This is a visage of opulence, of gluttony, of excess.
All right. Desmond's just kind of doesn't really have an idea himself. Is anyone who knows a bit about spells and the like know if this could be a problem? Kind of like indicating the cauldron of bubbling blood, like because the image of like this hag like clawing her way out of the bubbling blood, like reborn or some shit, is like kind of going through his head.
Yep, which is exactly what happened.
Yeah, that's kind of where his mind's going, because the nurse is just a like almost like she just defies reality in a lot of ways, and he doesn't really want to find out that this one's going to do the same thing.
All right. So before that, Vanya with a excellent roll of 29. What would you like to know?
So if this bubbling blood, if it contains any kind of like, is it, a powerful magic? Is it, can she just kind of sense that it's some kind of either potion or something special?
It is definitely special. This thing is the culmination of, a multitude, tens of bodies that have been drained of their blood, poured into this pool, ignited, well, not so much ignited with magic, but infused with hag magics to provide sustenance for the blood hag. This is almost like a spa for her, a bed, a beauty treatment, but it would also be a source of power for her. So, it's definitely, thoroughly infused with the dark arts.
Blood for the blood hag.
Yeah, blood for the blood hag.
So Vanya is gonna, whoever's around is gonna say, we might want to do something with this. It's very powerful. Maybe bottle it, or we shouldn't just leave it here. And then she's gonna say, does anybody have anything that we might be able to kind of bottle this to investigate a little bit further?
Reza is getting impatient, so she goes back inside. And here's the tail end of that. Right, so something needs to be done about this building. Is there a lid for the pool anywhere? Is there a lid for it? Something we can cover it with and lock it up so that nobody else comes in here, so we can send a crew to clean it up?
There would be. There would certainly be a, if not a dedicated lid, a door or various debris that you could put over the top.
Right. Garrett, I think this could make a lovely little outpost for the sisters of the Rose, whatever the hell it's called.
The Rose Cross. Those are
right.
Those are my
do you think
sisters. Yeah.
Now that everything in here is dead, do you think they'd enjoy coming and cleaning this up and making it a happier place?
Oh, a second place.
Yes, a branch office.
Oh.
Yep, I think that'll work. We'll just lock the door up and
Yes.
we can. The smell in here. I just want to be
get
gone.
the fuck out. Yeah, just get the fuck out.
Well, with that, Vanya is going to search quickly before they leave, because she doesn't want to be left there alone. But she's just going to kind of like go through
Maybe
the
quick
rooms.
because everybody's leaving.
Yeah, to see if she can find any like trinkets, artifacts, maybe because maybe she was part of a coven. Maybe there's a book or a grimoire.
Roll me
for her
a investigation check at disadvantage, because they're going. They're leaving.
Stressing me out.
On a jet plane.
You find absolutely fuck all. In fact, I would say that you rush so much, you end up knocking things over. Barrels that you were trying to delve into are knocked over, things go flying, and you make more mess. You make more mess than when you came in, which is, certainly a feat, considering this place was a shithole beforehand. But there you find nothing before Cypher, Reza, Garrett, and Desmond go to shut the door, and just at the last moment, As Desmond's probably shutting the door, you just barge out into the street. Avlesh is already there, stood next to the cart with the resting form of Chud.
Wrapped
Desmond.
in stained
go.
sheets, I guess.
Absolutely, yeah.
Just
It's
cover him up.
flea-ridden, dirty bedding.
Well,
and
now I
linen.
feel bad.
Yeah.
blame
Sorry,
all of you
Steele.
guys
I'm
for
trying to
rushing
make
me.
it nice.
All right, Desmond. Desmond, how do you? What are you just padlocking this, or is there going to be something a bit more?
Well, if there's a padlock we can use, we'll do that. And then Desmond's going to find anything nearby that's really fucking heavy, and he's going to try to move it over and just actually barricade it, so no one can get in there.
Done.
And then he's going to go around. He's going to see if there's anything else that look at point of ingress to see if he can somehow block that as well.
Maybe the building next door would, there was a way in through the building next door, but that was already piled up with debris and random shit to stop anyone from getting through. So maybe you spend a few minutes just shoring that up, adding a few more crates and barrels to the pile so it looks inconspicuous. And with that, I would say definitely it's not impregnable, but certainly unappetizing for anyone who the amount of effort to get in probably wouldn't be worth it for the vast majority of people in those streets.
There's going to be there's going to be an ulterior motive. He wants to stack in such a way that it's almost difficult or dangerous to people trying to remove stuff, because he wants to make the sisters who come here have to work for it.
You monster. All right. Garrett, you had something you wish to say?
Yeah, I was just going to scratch into the door. No entry. Under protection of Shadow Guard.
Nice.
All right. Excellent. So,
Can we
with
go
that,
now?
yeah, with that, you all begin to make the journey back to the Folly. Avlesh, are you dragging the cart in your state, or are you letting someone else do it?
Avlish would take the cart back to the Folly, and if nobody, grumbled, he would say he would take care of Chud's remains.
Good lad.
Strangely,
What?
might seem a little off on that, but
Maybe we could have a nice ceremony.
Well, I'm just thinking we dead bodies are a resource to us. Did Chad want to donate his body to science? Do you know?
Chud gave life to save us. Chud deserve quiet burial.
I suppose that's fair.
You wouldn't mind rolling a twist of faith for me, would you?
Of course I can. Of course I can. Let me find you quick. I know you're in here somewhere. In fact, you know what? I'll make this easier for myself. Avlesh. Twist of fate. You succeed.
Damn. Regardless of what the group says, Avlish would relinquish the body after some internal hemming and hawing.
All right, so Avlesh, at this point, I'm going to say you begrudgingly drag yourself either into the folly to finish a meal, or if you're not feeling hungry, probably to bed for a rest.
Yeah, he's gonna go back to his room. If anyone walks by before he shuts the door, they're gonna notice a small shrine in the window. Unless you get up close, you're probably not gonna know to what. But he has like an old sheet in the window to block it, and he's got like candles and stuff that he started to like make a little shrine to someone, and then he would slam the door shut.
And with that, I'm going to give you a short rest, my dude. Thank you very much for joining us.
No problem. It was great. Y'all have a great rest of your session.
Absolutely. And Arius, you too with Whiskers, thank you for joining us. You are, welcome to stay in here and listen to us waffle on if you wish, but don't feel forced to. Appreciate it. All right. So with that then, back in the folly.
Thank you so much for letting me be here today.
So good. So, luckily managed to round out yesterday's events and offer some closure. But with that, I would imagine that Chud's remains, or his corpse, is discreetly placed below in the basement, or perhaps even the undercroft, which brings us back to you five.
Now can we do the thing?
Yes, yes. What is this thing you're so excited for?
Nice. Vanya, you have to come because Reza said everybody had to come, so Cypher just storms off like, all right, let's go.
Oh, okay. I thought you guys aren't mad at me. Okay, I'm coming.
Whatever. Yeah, I really want to see you. Come on, let's go.
Not completely.
Desmond's gonna trot along with them, and he's looking good. Did they tell you?
Tell me what.
He almost gets like this trepidation, like there's a bit of the Undercity underneath the Undercroft. The city below.
What's that mean?
Oh. That's what does it mean?
And
So,
Go on, Garrett.
I'm confused. What's going on?
right, so let's walk and talk. So let's get down to the basement. Okay, so
Cypher's already on the ladder. It's like,
Yeah, Cypher decided he wanted to go down and see what was below the grate, so I obviously wouldn't let him do it alone. Desmond, obviously, keep an eye on things. So we went down there and we found this like series of man-made caverns that led to what appears to be a not obviously inhabited by things that want to kill us portion of the city below. And then, so I said we should probably wait and come back and get everybody else.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but the whole reason we had Elias was to keep the city below from
not being below.
Yes, from being in the folly.
This is why I said we should get Garrett. Cypher. What, Cypher? Cypher?
And
Cypher's at the bottom of the ladder, like, let's go!
Nope, wrong one.
Tell me that we haven't got a hole in our defences. And Garrett's just holding his forehead in two hands, just like.
No, Elias has got it covered. It's actually probably stronger than it was.
No, he definitely couldn't have got there without his help. And he could probably stop other things.
Garrett, roll me a nature check. You get the feeling that Elias is pulling back away from you slightly.
Elias is probably also never going to help Cypher again.
So, suppose it's my fault for letting you command him. Okay, I'm not going to hear the end of it until I see what you're dying to show me.
It's really, really exciting, Garrett. I really want to explore. Let's go.
You as well.
I'm sorry. It's really cool.
Cypher's at the bottom, like, guys? Guys, you coming? Guys?
At least I made him wait this long. Come on, let's go. And Rez is down the ladder.
You hear swearing in Sylvan, and Garrett follows.
I heard that.
You were meant to.
All right. Go on, Desmond.
No, Desmond's going to follow suit. He takes a moment hearing the excitement in Reza's voice and is just a little bit put off. Like this isn't normal if it's not about bloodshed. So just,
I don't like this.
like, everything is just rapidly stacking up as like, oh no, oh no, oh no. But he'll get on the ladder once everybody else is loaded on.
All right. You will begin the descent down. Cypher at this point already at the bottom. He's. I'm gonna take some agency away and say that you've spent a bit of time, or maybe grabbed either a crystal or some candles and slammed it into the old candlestick holder on one of the DS and lit it while you wait for them, Cypher. That'd be right. There's a welcome.
Yeah. He's found some broken like chandeliers that have these crystals. He's like, ha, I'm lighting the way in the light. So he's making this trail to where he wants to go. He's like, perfect. Very pleased with himself.
I'm going to light my hooded lantern and clip it to my belt with my belt hook that I made a million sessions ago. But I'm going to light it with a click of my fingers and a little smattering of Druidcraft.
Excellent. So, I'm not going to describe the area again, but Garrett, you would see, what Cypher, Reza, and Desmond witnessed when they first entered this incredibly old, incredibly decrepit, incredibly dusty residential district of the city below. I wouldn't say district, more of almost like a cul-de-sac beneath the ground. From where you are at this broken wall looking out, it seems like it loops left and right into a circle around this central pillar with the stone stairwell leading up to what appears to be some form of chapel. A multitude of blue stones that are set into the wall give it a somewhat eerie look. But I guess Cypher's taking the lead on this, so at this point, Cypher, I'm going to hand it over to you.
So yeah, he's already up the stairs, like waiting. Like he's like, "All right, come." And he's gesturing at the building with the big door and the symbol on it. He doesn't know what it is. He doesn't really care.
You do.
Oh, do I? Oh shit.
Think back.
Oh. I know exactly what this is. Well, I know what the symbol is, and I know what it means. I don't know why it's on a building.
Sorry, DM's quick.
So it's like, look, look, it's like the, and he looks at guy coroner's amulet, right? The one he wears around his neck.
Yes. It does look very similar.
Maybe it's the coroner's old house.
Or
Or
a
what?
symbol of an organization he used to belong to.
Like the army?
Something like that.
Well, he goes up the stairs, pats on the door, which is obviously way too heavy for Cypher to move. He's like, and he just looks at Desmond longingly.
All right, stand back. If it, you know what, get some distance. If this door blows up or something, that just be terrible. And so he's just going to kind of like wave his hand and see if people actually give a little bit of clearance or not.
Not really. Enough for the door to open.
Oh, Vanya's gonna step way back.
And then Desmond's going to try to move the door, figure out if it's, push, pull, and then just give it the grease.
All right. With a heavy, you try and pull it, doesn't open. Give it a push, movement. So with a heave, you push open the large brass doors to the chapel. As the doors swing open, this room too is illuminated by blue crystals. The dust from the floor bursts out up into the air, roils around in a cloud, giving you full vision now into this crumbling religious building. And here you would all see that there are a multitude of stone pews that line the side of the chapel. All of them seem to have large piles of dust set out in roughly 1.5 feet spacing. Some of the closer piles that you would see half deteriorated bone. Maybe the odd femur, the odd some of the larger bones at least would still be there in these piles on the pews. All of them seem to be lining up towards a altar at the far end of the room.
It's perfect, isn't it?
For what?
Oh, right. Sorry. I've been looking for a space to do something. I should probably show you. And he literally reaches down into his shadow, and his hand kind of goes through this oily substance, and he pulls up his grimoire, which has been newly backed with something that Reza is intimately familiar with. Some green skin. It also has an ear and an eye on the cover.
I like it.
I'm going to say something even cooler, and he whispers, open sesame in Abyssal to the ear.
God damn it.
Oh my god.
That did be done. The eye opens, looks at Cypher, and then the book opens. It's like, look, you see that? It's cool.
Vanya's gonna look at Cypher at the book. Is that the goblin?
Not anymore.
It is? Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, I learned a thing or two from a coroner.
Does it squeal?
It
should
does,
hope-
actually.
Well, it does.
So it has volumes.
Yeah, he closes the book and he fuck dick. He hands it over to Vanya and goes, open it.
Do I need to ask permission? Do I need to caress the spine before it? Can I just open it?
Open it.
Okay. She opens it.
It doesn't open.
But open, please. Open. It's not opening, Cypher.
Well, you gotta say the right words. And he says the abyssal word. Right?
What was that again?
Let's snap in. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. You've caught us at a great time. What happens to the book as Vanya mumbles these words in Abyssal?
The eye opens, looks at her, makes a half frown, because it's only one eye, closes its eye, and still doesn't open.
Cypher, can you repeat the word again? Maybe I said it in not the right rhythm.
No, you said it right. He just won't open for you. Then he takes his book back.
Okay.
Yeah, can't leave a book like this out in the open. You know, who knows who's going to read it? I mean, it's not like I stole all of this from the coroner. And he opens the book again.
Can you teach me to lock my books?
No. Yeah, okay. Yes, no. No,
well,
probably not.
Whilst this conversation's going on, Reza, what are you up to?
Reza is looking around to see if there is any writing or inscription that she could potentially recognize what it says.
Roll me an investigation check.
Okay. I know the alphabet.
Good. So, due to the crumbling nature of this chapel, any forms of parchment or book, obviously nowhere to be found. With regards to inscriptions on the stonework, again, there would be a few words inscribed on... Oops, go on.
Sorry, wait, I'll clarify before you say anything. Like, inscription, you know how, like, medieval churches are decorated for the illiterate? Yep. Like, they've got, like, that's the kind of thing she's looking for. Not necessarily words, but, like...
Just...
storytelling with pictures.
Alright, No, not that you can see in the
Okay.
layers of dust that coat this place. So at a glance, no.
Okay.
Garrett, anything in particular you wish to do while you're here in this crumbling chapel?
I'm just prowling around, making sure that there's nothing hiding, because I do not trust down here at all.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not even going to ask for a roll. You know, you are eagle-eyed on the whole situation. There are no footprints. Nothing has been in here for a very, very long time. There's no sounds. You know, that's the one thing that I will say though that you would immediately pick up on. It is eerily quiet. Even, you know, sort of ambient noises that you would expect in an underground. You know, the sound of rushing wind, the water dropping from the ceiling, all of that, nothing. It is eerily quiet, apart from obviously the sound of boots on stonework and the voices of Vanya and Cypher.
Ooh.
Desmond.
Desmond is not really prowling the way Garrett is, but he's trying to like remain aware of things that could be, you know, a threat. So he's surveying, and in particular, the only thing that might pique his interest is if there's anything visible that is in High Soman.
Oh. Roll me an investigation check.
We'll do. Sorry, I had to click it a few more times than normal.
It's all good.
No.
No. Through the layers of dust, any writings or any pictures, any scribes, anything that would jump out at you is again covered under a thick layer of centuries-old debris. Take note to both you and Reza. I said at the moment.
Yeah,
Mhm.
it's just in its current state. It's not
Absolutely.
really that good. But yeah, that's pretty much Desmond. He's just looking around. He's even like, one thing I'm gonna mention, he's looking up too. Like just because, like up and around.
You never look
and
up.
just- well, yeah, just because you know because there's the Silent One tracks, or the Quiet One tracks, and so he's expecting that there might be something that just remains perfectly still and unnoticeable until it's time to strike, like a wolf spider or something.
All right. Roll me a perception check.
Fuck. I tried.
10. You slowly raise your eyes to the ceiling, and you would see nothing but a hole in the ceiling where the brickworkers fell away over the years. For the moment, still quiet. No sound, no claws on stonework.
I just want to
Nothing
point
at
out
all.
he's not listening. He's
looking. Yep.
Because
there is nothing moves.
He's like, I have that trick too. We're not doing that.
But no, there is nothing there perceivable on the ceiling
And
or on the walls.
the only thing I'm going to point out besides that, he's keeping a special eye like wherever Cypher is, because it's kind of like if there's a hawk in the area and you have like your little dog out, like you know, but you want to make sure that the easy target is guarded.
All right, which loops us back round to Cypher.
So Cypher's finally opened his book again, and he's turned to a page, and he goes, well, I can't do it on my own, so we're gonna make one of these. And he holds out his book, and it's on a page that shows an obelisk.
Mm-hmm.
There's two pictures. There's one that is a very familiar obelisk that everybody's already seen. That is basically a carbon copy of the obelisk that's in the coroner's office. And then you'll see a bunch of annotations down the side stating changes that need to make. And then on the other side of the page... Sorry. Fuck me.
After that, no thank you, I'll pass.
I thought it was sexy. But there'll be a picture of a different obelisk. It's not as large. It's got 8 sides instead of 4. And instead of it being like straight, it's kind of a spiral. With glyphs like imprinted in it, and like it's got annotations down the side that says material. Wait, it's got a couple of materials listed, and they're all crossed out and rubbed out. And at the bottom, it says shadow glass, and then in brackets underneath it, obsidian.
So it's like a mini version?
Yeah, it's not that much. It's about. It's got dimensions, so
yeah,
12 foot tall.
I wouldn't even go that high, to be honest. I would probably say it's more like 8. Yeah, more like 8.
Yeah.
Anything taller than that would be a huge undertaking to construct.
Yeah. So about 8 foot tall. Yeah. Yeah, he's like, I want to make one of these.
In here.
Yeah, it's the only safe place to do it.
What? No, Cypher, this...
What?
I wouldn't call this safe just yet.
Well,
Yeah,
I'm
have
not
we
putting an
looked
obelisk
around?
near Elias, am I? Or close to the surface. You saw last time I did something, and it makes the...
When you say we are going to build this, like, what do we need to do?
Funny you should mention that. And he looks at one of... I'm guessing, like, at least one of the supporting pillars has fallen over, right?
Absolutely.
Like
Yeah.
And he's like, we probably need to lift that up. You know what I'm saying?
Oh.
Not yet, though, because we need the
Oh.
vampire.
You need Reza.
He flicks her in the forehead. No, are you even paying attention at all?
I'm so confused right now.
The other vampire, the one with the stake in his heart, the one that Reza ate.
Well, if you would use names, I just assume
I don't know
whenever you're
his
talking
name.
about one, you're talking about the one that's in the room.
Cal Carden.
Okay, Cal Carden will be the core of my obelisk. Happy?
Yes, because like I was kind of. Now I've got this mental image back and forth of Reza in the sky, but now it's clear now. Yes.
With diamonds.
With what?
With diamonds.
Yes,
Rose
with
of the sky
diamonds.
with diamonds. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, sorry. I'm gonna stop.
What is it? Dad joke night or something?
Yeah.
Should we? So, have you guys inspected outside? Is there any other, like, avenues to come in here? How do you plan on protecting this? I've got so many questions.
I mean, we have Elias direct routes to protect the outer layer.
What about the in?
he can't stretch down this far. Remember?
Oh, yeah. Cypher flip the other pages in his book and be like, okay, so some protection spells as well as the obelisk itself will shroud this place.
Now I'm going to
'Cause
interject very quickly. You've all came down. You've all seen this part of the city below, and Cypher's now talking about constructing an obelisk, and none of you find this weird.
Cypher's weird though.
Well, it is weird because, like, I was trying to figure out a way to phrase it other than, like, Dead Space 2 vibes with the marker. So, but, you know, it's just this. But, you know, Desmond doesn't really know too much about it. He's a little bit alert for things that are going on. But
Oh, sorry. Were you done? Sorry.
yeah. So that's basically what's going through his head. So he hasn't really responded to that yet.
I think Reza has more of an understanding of the path Cypher is thinking down than the other folks because she has also become a pupil of the coroner. She's also undead. She's felt the pull of the obelisk. She felt the pull of his ritual. She knows he's into kinky soul stuff. So
Okay.
Yeah, that's so good. I'm just wanting to. I'm just
She's
wanting to
gonna
pull that out of
turn-
you all.
Well,
In
and
turn-
I'll say, oh,
Hang
go
on,
ahead.
let Reza finish.
to turn to Cypher and say, are you trying to build your own domain like the coroner has?
Yeah, exactly.
Why does it have to be down here?
Because it's not safe closer to the surface. A spell that magnitude would be detected. Can you not feel it? This place is quiet. And he just lets the silence linger for a second.
I know, Cypher. I know, but it's not just we're in the corpse of a city. I guess you would like that, wouldn't you?
It feels like home.
At this point, Vanya, you jump in.
Well, I wasn't gonna like add to kind of the RP on that, but just kind of explain like why she wouldn't find it odd because
Mhm.
she went with Cypher back and forth for sessions and would know that he's been working with the coroner and just thought, well, this is probably just his next step or what he's been taught, because she's
Ah.
seen the coroner, the obelisk, and all of that, thinking that this was something that he had to do as part of his training.
Absolutely, that's fine. I say all I wanted was just the thoughts and reasoning behind it. Now there is still two other individuals that I want to know. So I'm going to go for Desmond first. Desmond, do you have any
Yes.
any more to add on Cypher's choice of locale for this?
All right. So, in the years with the coroner, okay. So this is what Desmond's going to say. He's going to be speaking while looking around. Cypher, I can't help but notice that the coroner never put his obelisk down here in the city below. And if he had thought it was a good idea, he probably would have. And he's still looking around as he says that, but he's saying that loud enough that everybody can hear it.
That's a very good point. Maybe you should talk to the coroner about the location before you do it, because there is another much larger obelisk in this city that, it could cause problems, potentially, if there was a second one, and the first one, the big one, got angry.
You guys realize the coroner's chambers is already in the city below, right?
What?
What do you mean, what? You've been there, right? It goes down, and it goes down, and it goes down.
But it's not open to the rest, is it?
No, because he made it that way.
Well, if you wanted to build here, we would have to make sure that there's no way for anything else to come from anywhere else.
I mean, with her right protective spells. And he looks at Reza. Nothing would come anywhere near this place.
But Cypher, would anybody be able to get past those spells that you could think of? Potentially?
Yes, but if they can get past those spells, we're already fucked anyway.
Would this give them more power?
Probably not, as it's going to be tailored to my nature as opposed to the coroner's. You see, they're very singular, attuned to the user, as opposed to... You guys get what I'm trying to do here, right?
Well, at this point, there's one person, there is one person who I'm looking forward to interjecting in this conversation, and he just beat me to it. Go on, Garrett.
No, I don't.
Right. So what's the strongest entity you've came across in the city so far, would you say?
Probably the Inquisitor or the Coroner.
Chirurgeon.
I mean, the Inquisitor is physically imposing, but I've read the Coroner's Tome. The level of magnitude of magic that man can command at his fingertips is incomprehensible.
Will this change you?
Of course, everything changes. We've all changed, right? He looks at Banya. He looks at Reza. Looks at Desmond.
But my purpose has not changed. Will your purpose change?
Why would it change?
Well, I don't know. Sometimes things happen and change our direction.
I do this to grasp power. The likes I couldn't get in thousands of years on my own.
So your purpose is to gain more power?
To what end, Cypher?
You guys remember the tree? You guys remember the tree?
The one where I almost died again.
You're not the only one. And he touches the hollow eye socket.
Raza puts a hand on Desmond's shoulder. No, I wasn't the only one.
I mean, that happened because I was weak. I could control what I needed to do. That bleed through caused God knows what ramifications. That's why the Dryads came.
To what end are you accumulating power, Cypher?
Oh, I thought it'd be obvious. I'm gonna open the door to the Pharaoh. In time.
The door that's been closed for 50 years.
And barely more than a whisper. But what are the cost?
The cost is mine to bear and mine to wear.
You do not need to do this for me.
I know. But I choose, you know. This is the path I chose. It's the one thing in my life I've been able to choose. I didn't choose my creation. I didn't choose what I am. But this, what I become, I can choose this.
I can understand that.
Desmond's going to stop scrolling his eyes around the room and up and just look down hearing this because it resonates with him in particular about this too.
Are there any other paths you're considering?
No, none that would work. I can't be what any of you are. Yeah, I can't. I can't be a vampire. Like we've seen what happens when vampires taste my blood.
It wasn't my first choice, Cypher.
Mm.
Not a choice at all.
I just hear Vanya and I'm like, I definitely can't be that.
Wow.
She frowns a little bit because she thinks back to him turning into her nightmare.
And without that door, I definitely can't become that. And he points at Garrett.
Will this make you happy?
I don't know yet.
Seems
But it gives me
risky.
purpose.
Your life is yours to choose. No one of us can take that from you. The decision is yours to make. I'm not going to pretend that I understand what you're doing. But we are the courts. We are slaves to our whims, our decisions, and the gathering of power.
Will you help me? And Cypher holds out his hand with his ring on.
Vanya is the first to move forward to put her hand on there because she's been reflecting, listening to all, and how she has followed her purpose and her path, and wants to help and support. So she will put her hand on top of his and say, 100%.
You don't all have to rush it. at
Reza
once.
is watching Garrett.
And I whisper to myself in Sylvan, Queen, forgive me. And I take Cypher's hand as well. I'll always help you.
I know. And give the other two the stank eye.
Reza will give Cypher a nod. A nod and a half smile, but she is not going to reach out and take his hand because she don't want to touch that ring.
That's fair.
Devin's gonna look up and if this is the only way, then you have to do what you have to do.
I do. I do.
And he's going to shrug his shoulders and look around the room one more time. Nothing's sprung on them so far, so he's starting to ease up a little bit. Well, we best do it right then.
Excellent. Alright, should we start by cleaning up this place?
I thought you would never ask. And Vanya goes to start cleaning.
Vanya, hold. We should put up protective wards and magics first. Before we lose ourselves in the joy of cleaning.
On that note, did you see all the blood in the hag's room?
Yeah?
I was talking to Reza, but okay. You know blood magic, do you?
I saw all the magic in the hag's room. It wasn't... I wouldn't want to drink it. What were you talking about?
No. Sorry, I've been researching. You know, you wanted to further your studies.
Yes, well, that's what I was coming down this morning to start doing lessons with you because you're my teacher now.
Nice. Teachable moment. The nature of magic. Your magic, specifically. Everybody's is different. Vanya's is whatever Vanya does. Mine are shadows, and he makes a funny shadow-like dance. The coroner's, he looks at his book and he goes, faith. I don't need. I don't know what that means. And yours, well, yours is pretty obvious, right?
Blood.
Right. It's like you can feel it, taste it, you can smell it. You could almost control it, right?
Hmm. Her features waver, and her hideous form appears for a couple of moments as she's loses herself in the thought of blood, and then she just shrugs and shakes like a dog, and like her features resettle themselves, and she says, oh, sorry, what were you saying?
Blood.
Right, magic, blood. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, with some. We might have to copy some spells, but with some some blood infused engravings, we could protect this place.
Yeah,
We are going to need a fresh source of blood, though.
going to have to work on, self-control, potentially, as well. No, it's been less than 24 hours, and I definitely feel different. It's all a little bit new. The control is really not where I would like it to be. So maybe we don't go all in on the blood just yet. Let's maybe just get some like foundational non-blood things. Maybe.
Yeah.
You're the teacher.
Yeah, okay. We'll start with the easy stuff. And you pull out the skin flap parchment that he got off the nurse that has the protection from good and evil spell on it. It's like, let's start easy.
Oh,
right?
shit.
What's that?
It's the same spell I used on the Undercroft. It's a protection spell.
Oh, okay.
I think you've seen it before. I don't know if you were there when I did it. Although, I did that on what is now Elias, so I guess it's a little bit different. And it was a lot stronger than what I'm going to do down here, because it's a smaller area, right?
Well,
Go on,
but we're
go on,
down
Desmond.
here in the Undercity. Or the that keep calling the Undercity, the city below. Will that react with anything else down here? Should Reza be down here when you do this?
It should be no more uncomfortable than being in the Undercroft itself. She's a lot stronger than she was before then. I doubt she even feels the pull of the ring anymore.
Desmond's just gonna kind of I don't know how these things work, but I just don't want Reza to be put in excruciating pain or something.
Well, to that I would say there's only one way to find out, but also, and she kind of walks away, and are there windows, like regular, like kind of church windows, like
Yeah,
image?
absolutely.
Building? So she's going to kind of like try and get a view out of these windows, and maybe kind of like get a 360 view and see if she has line of sight to the central obelisk from this location.
So no. this seems to be a self-contained, almost large cavernous area. With the church or the chapel, sorry, being at the center on this raised platform, as you glance around, you would see almost like a ring of houses, old storefronts. There would be a few cavernous like tunnels that lead off in 3 different directions. But no, this is not a part of the true city. This seems to be a small commune away from the heart of the city below. So as you look up, you would see rock, you would see stalactites, and almost like a spherical, a singular cavern with 3 exits out.
Okay. So she takes her look around and she hops back down from the window and walks back over to the group and says, I think that we are far enough away from the main city that whatever enchantments exist there will probably not be disturbed by what we do here. Truth be told, besides that obelisk, it is the things that reside within the city that are the most dangerous, and I haven't heard, seen, or felt another living thing here besides us, living or unliving.
Take perfectly located, just far enough outside of the city below to not affect it, and just deep enough under the city that nobody will notice it. Kind of like the background noise of the city below is what will hide it from prying eyes up above. That's why the coroner positioned his in a similar location. Although I don't get to be as picky or choosy. So this'll do. It looks at the hole in the roof. So as if it's going to rain anyway.
How much of the book did you copy, Cypher?
As much as I was allowed to. As much as I could copy in, say, 18 hours.
Roll me an insight check. Because there was one thing from the obelisk drawings that extended. There was like a singular line. Fucking hell. That protruded from the bottom of the obelisk that then seemed to spider out. And it was one thing that you didn't understand. And it's one that even the coroner, when asked about, brushed the question aside. Now being here in the city below for the first time, or at least a portion of the city below, you begin to get an inkling that perhaps the coroner's obelisk in his room isn't just a thing that sits nice in the corner of his chamber. That perhaps with the similar magics here in the city below, that there is a deep link from the coroner's obelisk down here. And maybe his obelisk in his room is perhaps not actually his obelisk at all.
So while I'm down here, that feeling will just dawn on me, and I'll be like, oh, holy fuck. I'm not going to say anything, though. You should just be... Okay.
It's almost like a tap that's attached to the main's water supply is probably the best way of describing it. That's what the coroner's obelisk would now feel like.
Yeah, because Cypher has designed his obelisk to not interfere with how his obelisk works.
Mm-hmm.
Because he thought if the coroner finds out, he'd fucking kill him. So he's like, I want it to be independent, just skim off any souls that are in, like ambient souls, as opposed to having its own wellspring of souls. So it's more of a skimmer feeding off.
You're a bottom feeder.
Yeah, I'm a bottom feeder. Yeah. Yeah, groundwater, not the mains. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, that's...
And now he's more vindicated in what he's designed. He's like, oh, holy fuck, yeah. If I tap into that, I'm in fucking... I'm fucked.
So, anyone have anything they wish that's, not Cypher? We'll come back to you in a moment, but is there anything anyone wishes to add or to say or do in this situation?
Garrett's going to stay pretty quiet because he's wrestling with two different emotions at the moment. He's wanting to go home in his fear for what Cypher's about to do. And for once, there's a worried expression on his face.
Desmond is going to he's relaxed a bit. He's just kind of walking around because he's a little bit anxious. He's still looking around, but less anticipating an attack at any moment, more just looking around, and but that's really it.
All right. Panya, Reza?
Go ahead if you want to do something, John.
She's just trying to take it all in and be supportive, and is just she's just gonna ask, so can we come visit you down here? Are we safe?
What do you think I'm gonna do? Suck your soul out?
I don't.
Yes.
Well. But didn't even think about that. Should I be... Reza, should I be terrified of that?
Well, probably not. You're not undead, so your soul is probably more securely tethered to your mortal form.
As is yours now.
I'm ready. Braced, if you, so to speak, if you want to go ahead and put up the protection. Whatever's on that parchment.
So Cypher's gonna take. He's gonna have Helpful Shade hold up the. It's not parchment. It's somebody's flayed skin with a fucking spell on it.
Yeah,
but,
it's in your inventory.
Yeah, I've got it like written in my notes. So some of the stuff I just haven't added them in my inventory. I was just so. I'll just have it floating there with
Yeah.
helpful shade holding it. And he'll take hold of Rez's hand and Daniel's hand. He'll be like, "You want to help me with this?"
Yeah, just whatever you need.
All you have to do
Just
is read the words. We'll chant it together. You look at Vanya and be like, point out a word and be like, Trashushka?
Trashkushka.
No,
Oh,
Trashushka.
Trashkushka.
No, Trashushka.
Trashushka.
That's the one.
Funnily enough,
There-
if I remember rightly, because this was given by the nurse, this wasn't in Abyssal.
Oh shit! No, it's it's in a different language, isn't it?
It's just in common. She wrote it in common
Oh,
for
yeah.
you.
Oh, did she?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wonderful! It's in common, even better. I was hoping it was in Abyssal just so I could fuck with Vanya, but
You were. And I still I mean, I was like listening to you and still wasn't getting it right.
Yeah.
Let's try common words now. Let's see how she messes that up.
I think it was in common anyway. I may be wrong. Oh, I definitely don't think it was in Abyssal though.
wasn't it? Okay. I think you might be right. It might have been in common.
Yeah. In
Was-
fact, I'll be honest with you. I don't think we actually stated what language it was in.
No.
But for all intents and purposes, with it being the nurse, it wouldn't have been in Abyssal. It would have been in just in common. She gave it to you in knowing that you would use them. And while she does like to fuck with people,
It was more of a, well, I don't fucking need this anymore.
yeah.
Look where I am. Do I need protection from good and evil? Go fuck yourself.
All right, ship it.
So yeah, he's gonna try and measure his breathing with Banya, because Reza doesn't breathe. And then see if they can start chanting the words. And like, I think you'll have to, it's like repetitive and repetitive, and then it'll take hold and it just cover the area of the chapel, I guess.
Well, yeah. In fact, it's because it's a similar scroll to the Folly. It will probably extend a little out from just the chapel to down the stairwell. This rippling wave of bluish-hued magics would radiate out. Reza, you would, at the initial casting of the spell, it would feel slightly uncomfortable to you, but that would pass. And to be honest, even Garrett would feel this effect kick in. It wouldn't be uncomfortable to you, Garrett, but it would be noticeable as the spell bursts
Ripples
out.
past.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. As the wave reaches, the end of its radial route, I would probably say for the benefit of you guys, that it would cover the chapel and extend. Three of you are casting it. Either Cypher or Vanya, one of you roll me an Arcana check with advantage, since all three of you are involved in this.
Arcana with advantage.
12. Yeah. Go on. What was that, Reza?
I was just really, really hoping for an outbuilding that got protected, so I could
Well,
make a little workshop.
That's well. This is it. With a 12, I'm gonna be generous, and I'm gonna say that since this time it's not just Cypher casting, or casting the spell, it's all three of you. So I will say it covers the entirety of this sanctum, this inner area. So I've not got a full... Actually, I've got it. So, this is what happens. With you chanting the spell between all three of you, imbuing your own magics, and that coalescing with the power of the city below, the tens of thousands, perhaps hundreds of thousands of dead souls that inhabit this place coalescing into the spell, it would allow it to rupture out even further, covering not only the church, but the circular street that runs around the church and all of the buildings, up to the point of these 3 tunnels that lead out of the cavern. So I'm going to give you the whole, that whole area protected by the good and evil spell, or protection from good and evil spell. And it will stop, you know, a couple of feet into the 3 tunnels that lead out of this area.
Nice.
So yeah, for all intents and purposes, you've got, you know, I would probably say, someone roll me 2d20.
Can I do it?
Yeah, go for it.
Go ahead.
It's either going to be a nat 20 or crit fails, the way I've been rolling today.
2d20, if you will be so kind, Reza. Okay, so out of the 40 or so houses and buildings that line this circular cavern, the vast majority of them are in a incredibly dilapidated state. The supporting structures that hold them up have collapsed to the point where it would require a vast amount of work to excavate them and get them usable. But there are 15 buildings left that can be used.
So, I'll tell you guys what's going on in my head right now. Reza going full Lara Croft mode, archaeologist, investigating this entire fucking neighborhood to learn as much as she can about the culture that lived in the city below. It's going to be like a National Geographic special when I'm done.
It's going to be great. Cypher's going to get interrupted every 5 minutes. Hey, Cypher, look what I found!
Well, Reza, that's going to be your homework. We're going to get together and we're going to map out this area and we're going to see what you find there.
Vanya is going to hand Cypher an alcohol bottle and take his hand and lead him out to the front doors and motion for everybody to come.
Okay.
Is everybody following?
Is there alcohol in the bottle?
Yeah, it's a bottle with alcohol in it.
I was like, I'm not allowed to drink alcohol.
No, don't drink it. Don't drink it. She closes the door and she goes, I've heard, you know, when you get a new ship that you christen it and you give it a name. Now, I know this isn't a ship, but I thought this could be a celebration for you and you following your purpose, right? So you, you know, you just kind of crack. If the bottle cracks on it and it's good luck.
You're telling him to make a mess?
Clean it up. She gets really excited.
Okay. Cypher's gonna throw it against the wall, and Cypher's weak as piss, so it just kind of clanks off the wall. It doesn't break. It rolls back to his feet. It's like,
Try it again. You get 5 tries, right? Or until it breaks. and then you name the building, I think.
Cypher, roll me a twist of fate on your second throw.
Oh. Nope.
The bottle clatters against the wall once again, drops to the ground, rolls back.
What is this thing made out of?
I think it's glass. I don't know what. Like, should you get closer?
It didn't fucking work.
Get closer.
Does
Desmond, can you give him pointers?
Pointers.
Like how to throw something with a lot of force.
What do you want thrown?
Well, I guess he doesn't
finally
have to
gets it.
throw it.
Huzzah! 4th time's a charm. He's like,
5th.
oh yeah, 5th time's a charm. I got 5 tries.
Oh, Cypher, where do you want it thrown exactly?
Just against the wall.
And it would be at that moment
Yeah.
where you turn, look at it's just the bottle cracks against the wall.
Cypher's standing there triumphantly. I did it all on my own. Nobody helped me.
Now name it. Name it. Give it a name.
Reza's gonna lean down and whisper in his ear, Cypher's Sanctum.
Cypher's Sanctum.
And from this day forward, Vanya puts her hand up in the air and motions to it. This is Cypher's Sanctum.
And Reza's still whispering in Cypher's ear, you can call it whatever you want later.
Thank you.
Well, all right. Seems that there's nothing lurking here. So, very well.
We got any brooms in that bag of holding?
Well, I don't know what all is in here. What did you have in it before I took it from you? Actually, you know what? Here. And she opens it and pulls out a few of her things and just hands it to him. Have it back. It's really annoying. Oh,
That-
hang
Keep
on a
losing
minute.
shit in it.
Go on.
What?
You keep losing stuff in it.
Well, I keep forgetting what I've put in there. So it's not necessarily lost, it's just I've forgotten about it.
Oh, okay.
But there is one more thing, and she pulls out the Chud's cleaver. And she holds it out to Garrett and says,
Roll
perhaps
me.
they should have a...
In fact, actually, no, you're a tier 2 vampire, never mind. It's heavy, but not, you would be able to easily wield it.
Yeah, I'm a flex.
Yeah,
I'm
you're a
flex now.
monster. You're a monster.
I'm a monster!
Oh, that reminds me. Like, if you're going to be doing all of this, you might need something to also guard down here additionally. And you have a specimen, very large specimen, that we just brought back if you need something to do that with. Pointing at Chud's cleaver.
That's not a horrible idea, but I do think this item, Garrett, perhaps we could give it a place of honor upstairs. Keep it away from Francis, you know.
What? Hang it on the wall?
Why not?
Yeah, what? Yeah. I know. We'll put it on a bit of wood, and we'll put a name on it, so it looks like it's a famous weapon.
Like the
Hagsbane.
cheddar.
Hagsbane.
Cheddar?
The cheddar.
Cheddar the Hagsbane. No? Yes? No? Maybe?
Yeah. I'll see what I can fit.
He'll change it.
Hagsbane, this is how all magical and legendary weapons start out. You, sir, are not wrong. This cleaver has been sat fermenting in the blood of a hag for a bit. So who knows? Who knows? Let's see what comes of it. Go on,
Ask the
Desmond.
nurse to touch it.
Ooh.
Not just that, it's been doing that, but the thing is, it was wielded by someone who fought viciously against a creature that by all rights should be more powerful, and he managed to kill it with his dying breath.
Mm-hmm.
Like if there was ever something that was going to abuse something with some kind of like supernatural property inadvertently.
Uh-huh. That right there is the fucking ticket. I've got one final question since you retrieved things from the bag. The sacrificial dagger, is that staying in the bag or are you keeping that, Reza?
Reza took that out. She's interested in seeing what that dagger can do. It looks
Okay.
kind of grotesque, and she's into
It
that.
is. It is very grotesque. Very.
I also read the
Very.
description, and I want it. But we can discuss it
Okay,
after.
why don't you say that in the first place? I want it.
I want it.
Who wants it?
No, it does. It can do a little bit of necrotic damage, which could be helpful for a vampire. Occasionally.
Baptized. Cheers.
Yeah. I like how we christened the building like it was a ship.
Also, like it was new.
Yeah. Also, like it wasn't already 1,000 years old.
Probably 5,000 years old.
It needed to be special for Cypher.
All right. So, with you all spending the a little bit of time cleaning, or at least some of you cleaning up. Reza, are you wielding that dagger by any chance?
Well, she just took it out of the bag, so she's probably holding it in her hand.
Excellent. Let me delete that from your inventory and add the actual item.
Oh. Well, shit.
Oh.
What are you doing to me?
So this is not a sacrificial dagger. This is actually a core cut dagger. There you go. Congratulations. Enjoy your new dagger. On that note, you have a cursed item. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us for episode 56 of Pariahs. We'll pick up.
You
Hashtag the
motherfucking
DM is a
son
piece
of a
of shit.
We will pick this up next week where we find out what they've all been doing down in Cypher's Sanctum and beyond.
Okay, that was dirty, but okay.
She's not attuned to it yet, I will point out. She's just holding it in her hand.
No, I know. Don't you worry. We'll have a chat about it.
Okay.
You would certainly feel
Disturbed.
an unpleasant pull. Let me put it that way. But we will describe it next session. All right. You guys good with that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Bye,
Yes.
chat.
Goodbye, chat.
Bye.
And see you next time on Pariahs.
Oh, thank you very much, everyone, for joining us for episode 56. That was a roller coaster. There is certainly an element of actions, consequences that still needs to be addressed, and I assure for those who are aware and in the know, it will come. it will come eventually. Certain hidden roles tonight have given knowledge to people, let's put it that way. But we will show that in due course when the time is right, I imagine, or when certain people feel it is right. Yeah, with that, everyone, thank you very much for joining us. I will see you all on Saturday, hopefully, for episode 12 of Chronicles, or if not, on the Sunday, same time, 8 p.m. GMT, which is 3 p.m. EST-ish. I'm not sure. Summertime, changing, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, same time, next Sunday, Pariahs 57, for, a delve into the city below by the looks of it. On that, I'm going to head to the ending screen. We'll try and find someone to raid. Ta-ta for now. 3 p.m, I think it is. Thank you, Raymond. I appreciate it, my dude. I appreciate it. That button, ending. Ha! We'll bring this down. That was a little bit abrupt, but fuck it. And click that. All right. I'll find someone to raid, and I will see you all very soon. Ta-ta for now. Thank you yet. I appreciate it. Goodbye. Alright, there's not many people online. Let's go raid Orc Skull. I've had a peruse through. We'll give him his memeing on Skyrim. Skyrim Sunday. Come mess me up. Let's go mess up Orc Skull. Boom. Alright. See you all very, very soon. Bye.